All right, so then go ahead here, bro.
All right. Number one, I love the Bible. I love correcting some of you dumb Negroes about this Bible. That's what I do. That's my job. You know, because a lot of y'all don't really know the Bible. Y'all just read it, but you don't read into it and you don't understand it. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to help you understand the Bible. All right? Understand everything that I know. What? The Most High gave it to me, right? The Most High gave me that knowledge. He gave me the information. The Most High knew exactly who I was going to be before I came out of the womb. Am I correct? So why y'all getting mad and hating on me? That's like you getting mad at Satan, the devil, when Satan does everything that the Most High asks him to do. How can you get mad at Satan? In fact, Satan is a loyal soldier more so than you Hebrews or do any of you Christians, because you teach that Satan cannot do nothing without the power and authority without the Most High consent. So it is the Most High that gives Satan the power to do what he do. It is the Most High who sent Satan down to the earth to claim souls and to take souls. This is what you teach. So you can't have it both ways. Check. Another thing. Satan can only kill with permission. This is what y'all teach. 1 minute you mad at Satan for following the rules and laws and orders of the Most High. How can you be mad at Satan? See how dumb this little nigga Tory is, y'all? He ain't, I told you, once you become myopic in a box, anything that people bring to you, you will not adhere to it. He showed you who wrote the New Testament. He showed you what he said about the New Testament. And this little nigga still up in here saying God said this and God said that. These niggas are just retarded, man. These little niggas are just retarded. He ain't go and look up what Shaka said. He didn't say, well, let me see if Shaka telling the truth and do me some research. This dumb, stupid little nigga comes back with God said this and yeah, and God put all nations together and made them different. Like, nigga, shut up already, man. Just shut up, nigga. Damn. Slit your wrist or something, nigga. Because you're poison to the youth, man. You're already poison to the other youth that's coming up looking around you. You probably trying to teach your friends this shit. Nigga, slit your wrist already, nigga. Get it over with, nigga. All right. Peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Sarnetta TV House of Consciousness production. You already know what it is. This is your brother Sarnetta. I am your host, and I'm bringing in another heavy hitter. You brothers and sisters better be ready. When we build this wall, this comedic wall, oh my God, ain't nothing stopping. We bringing in another young brother. He's a scholar. You one leave, 5 more come in. Reggie leave, 5 more come in. You know what I'm saying? Garfield leaves and turn his back on Kemet, 10 more come in. We already got Chris Harris. We bringing in another brother who is awesome, who is powerful. I would say I don't know, between him and Jabari, I would say they probably right here until I see the brother's work and ethic, and if he can handle the ring, getting in, or the battlefield, or whatever, anybody that come at him, if he can deal with that pressure, I think he can, because he's Kemet. And so without any further ado, I bring to you my brother, Shaka, in the building. What's up, Shaka? He runs the channel of Ma'at Forever. So if y'all are aware of that, make sure you go and subscribe to Ma'at Forever channel. Go over there and show some love for our brother. Peace and Black Power to you. Hotep. Shaka, what's happening, man? Unmute yourself.
Hotep Sen-E Sarnetta.
Yeah.
Thank you for the invitation. I just want to greet the people as I usually do. Hotep Senu, Hena Senut, Iti, Ren Isha Kandugu Kemet. I hope you're doing well. Bonjour, Sak Passe, Mbote, all that good stuff.
Damn, don't y'all hear that? Don't that sound beautiful to your ears, man, right there? Just to hear him go in on that. I know he's dealing with knowledge, man.
Have you ever met the Afala Benga?
No, I've seen him. I've seen him, but
You've seen him.
I'm not acquainted with
Well,
him.
you seen
Yes.
him on YouTube?
But but brother, you like to say I know him and him. In 30 years, you don't have a book, you don't have a
No.
website, you don't have a platform. You have to go on other people's platforms. So you can talk all you want that you were acquainted with
Well, you
whoever.
don't.
It
You
doesn't
have
hold any
anything?
bearing
I mean,
with your scholarship.
listen. I think everybody knows my work. You're just being introduced. Okay?
What is your work? You've been carrying their suitcases. You went errand and bought them drinks and coffee and tea. Everybody can do that. That's why I nickname you Butler.
So Sarnetta, so you allow this person to talk about I carry Sarnetta's bags and suitcases.
So you
and
are
things.
Butler for Sanera as well. It's good to know. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So
And
I
Sanera
do
called you the B word. You did not object. You don't have any
Oh,
backbone,
Sarnetta,
Reggie.
you know.
The Semitic Allah burning down tells us was a black God represented by a black bull whose hide denoted his black skin.
Here's the picture that he showed on the screen. It's a deity El, the god El. Pay attention to the crown or the headdress, if you will. This is a picture from the front of the same statue, a little closer, and a little bit from the side here. Now, this headdress is actually the Atef crown. If you go on Webster's online dictionary, that's what it says. Atef is the specific feathered white crown of the Egyptian deity Osiris. It combines the head jet, the crown of Upper Egypt, with red ostrich feather for the Osiris cult. The Atef crown identifies Osiris in ancient Egyptian painting. If you go to Webster's dictionary, Merriam-Webster, it says Atef, hold on, a tall crown with a long feather on each side, shown in the art of ancient Upper Egypt as worn by Osiris. Okay? Here you can see Osar or Osiris with the Atef crown. This is from the papyrus of Nebket. It's actually in the Louvre Museum, and you can see me filming that papyrus on the video entitled Reality Check. Why black people ain't going nowhere, but you might as well put Afro Style Reality Check, it's gonna come up. And in here it's also from the Louvre Museum. You have Osiris in the middle with the Atef crown, and the description for it, if you go on the website of the Louvre Museum and you type Royal and Divine Triad, you can do a search and you will see they mention that he is actually wearing the Atef crown. Now finally you can compare the crowns. Okay, first you have the god of the Arabs Negroes, which first is El, but somehow some way becomes Allah, but that's up to y'all, that's up to the doctor. And then you have the one that I showed you, Osiris. Then again from the front compared with another statue of Osiris, and then finally the same statue from another angle.
Biblical King's Seal discovered in dump site. This is the royal seal of the King Hezekiah, and here we have an ankh. And finally, Last but not least, you need to see it to believe it. The God of the Bible. L. Slept in his own dung and urine. This is Ugaritic Narrative Poetry, page 195. And we also have this book here, the Masria in the Prophetic Literature, where it clearly says that L floundered in his own feces and urine.
Bear with me. Some surprise for you, brothers and sisters. I'll be with you in a minute. Oh, the smileys there. Call them smileys, you call them emojis. Okay. Actually, bear with me. I'm just gonna give me a few seconds, all right? All right, let me do a microphone check. Let's see. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, the sound was beautiful. Hotep Senuhena Senut Itir and Ishakan Gukemet. I hope you're doing well. I don't even think I have Sekou's email address. Type in Sekou. Oh yes, I do. Okay, I'm gonna send him an email and to let him know that we're live right now. Yeah, out of courtesy. All right, I may have said it, but just in case. Hotep Senu, Hena Senut, E.T. Ren E. Shakandugu Kemet. I hope you're doing well. The title of this live stream is Sekou. I hear you getting treated like boot camp. Now, you've seen the thumbnail. This is the late, great Easy E. One of the, I would say, best diss rap song ever is Real Compton City G. Now, that's the conservative title, the proper or real title, sorry, is, well, some people are entitled it, uh, real MFGs, but then you would see Real Compton City Gs. So Easy E went at it. He replied to Dre Day by Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg from the Chronic, of course, was kind of strong. But Easy E, man, he came out with, Real Compton City G's, and man, it was severe, man, severe. And towards the end, Easy E tells Dr. Dre, "You ain't nothing but a trick buster. That ain't worth the food stamp. And in death row, I hear you're getting treated like boot camp. Gotta follow all your surgeon's direction or get your pop with the Smiths and Wesson. Learn the lesson from the E's. Stay in your pace and don't step to Real Compton City G's." So that's the sentence here. I hear you're getting treated like boot camp. And it was so accurate, man. I mean, if you watch the movie All Eyes on Me, you have an idea of the kind of things that were going on over there, man. I forgot who it was, but somebody talked about Tupac's brother Mo Preem. No disrespect to him. They had him. It was Danny Boy. Danny Boy. Danny Boy spilled a lot of tea. He talked about him and another guy that they had, like, I think they were like naked or in underwear in the snow, making snowballs and throwing them in the air. I mean, that kind of crazy thing. And then, I think it was Danny Boy. He said, after that, he sent them home. But somebody said that, one of those, there's a few channels now. It's not just live TV. There's, the Art of Dialogue, and there's another one. I forgot the title. Reggie's been on there. Not the butler, Reggie Wright, who was a police officer and was at one point, head of death row while Suge was away. So that part in the movie, All Eyes on Me, you have a scene where a dude is in his underwear and he's made to give some toast and all that. It's give you an idea, but it was real thorough, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, some people said, Nate Dogg did, say that he would have his tool on him, and some other rappers also mentioned that, like they went over there, they went strapped because if you're not on point over there, you never know what's gonna happen there. You know what I'm saying? Because real mafia, I mean, even mafia, they have way more decorum. You know what I'm saying? They're not into humiliating their fellow people and all that. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let me look at the comments here. We have the J. Lee Chronicles. Now, the chat is open to everybody, so feel free to take advantage. If you know some people hate me, you can tell them, yeah, you saw, man, you can come and spill your hate and disdain and whatever, you know what I'm saying? Come on, you know what I'm saying? I don't mind. And we have the brother, he's also known as Pizzle. How you doing, brother? I hope you're doing well. We have Young Hero in the place to be. You just won't learn. You just won't learn. What's up, Pam? Decent Time was in the place to be. He wrote peace. We have Afimi Wunawun. He wrote that video title with that screenshot. Oh, did I put a comment there? There's a comment. We have Imhotep University TV in the place to be. Hotep to you as well. We have the Honorable Donnie Williams in the place to. Honorable Donnie, careful now. Yeah, there was no sound because I did it on purpose. I was leaving a note. So um mm. Yeah, brothers and sisters, man. We live and we learn. Thank you for letting me know though, brothers. Young Haru, Donnie. Texas Bama is in the place to be. I think you wrote I can hear the music in my head. The only difference is I'm not dissing Sekou, you know what I'm saying? I was just talking about the backstory for the title, you know. Of Nikki Willie in the place to be. Lenny Williams is asking if Sekou is in Frankie's stable. Well, ask him. Texas Bama, told the young hero Shaka is on one. Max Howes wrote, "What happened with Sekou? Oh, nothing much, nothing much. I just hear, I just hear that he's getting treated like boot camp. You know what I'm saying? It's like he's being treated like JJ over there. You know what I'm saying? Hey, if people don't like you, why would you go back over there all the time, man? Those people showing you, telling you that they're xenophobic, man. Like, what's the hype? Boss up, Sekou. People love you, man. They love when you speak, but over there, man, they don't care about what you have to say, man. But hey, do your thing, Sekou. But it's strange, man. I understand you want allies, but the allies are supposed to respect you. Those guys don't respect you. I mean, what I heard, I'm not really listening to scam chatter like that. When I'm told he's talking about me or something, funny or crazy, you know, usually it's when we live stream, people tell me, okay, that's the video, go to that timestamp. And we go, we listen, we laugh and all that. Well, as a matter of fact, there's a part that I wanted to put up. I'll probably do that, probably play a clip or something, and then I'll put that up. But I was told that he had a discussion with Onk and Reggie, and they were cutting him off, cutting him off, and not letting him speak. Really, like saying, just going at him, or still being as xenophobic as they've been lately. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, man, he's a Pan African. Why would a Pan African want to be associated or trying to be cool with people who basically feel superior than Africans? We have Hometown DC docu-series, Hotep. V. Bennett in the place to be. He wrote some nice baby beeps coming. Hey, we do it all, man. Hey, we may do socks too. Maybe even underwears, because Dr. Jen Henry Clark talked about was it socks or underwear? But he said everybody wears it. You know what I'm saying? If we're on point, we can make the economy turn. You know what I'm saying? That's Stockholm syndrome, yeah. And V. Bennett must know that well, because Stockholm is maybe another country actually. It's Sweden, yes, it's Sweden. But it's not far. It's not far. Stockholm syndrome, man. And we have a Scent of Phoenix who gotta follow your gotta follow Sanetta's instruction. No, it's not following Sanetta's instruction. I mean, I don't know, man. But the way he wrote "us," I'm thinking, he may be from Britain, or maybe Australia, or some other islands that used to be colonized by England. I don't think people use "us" in America. Young Hero wrote, he's too soft to be. They don't respect him, that's for sure. One of the greatest hip hop diss track ever, I would say so, yeah. No, Vaseline is one of them. Of course, Heal 'Em Up is one of them, even though it was very vicious, Maybe if there wasn't the part about Biggie's wife, Hit 'Em Up would be like the number one diss song ever. Mike Sowers wrote Sekou be smashing them over there. Well, that's not what I heard. That's not what I heard. Now, one time he gave them the business, indeed. Sekou gave the business to Unc, Reggie, and Garfield, and I think ever since, you know, they've been. I mean, they already didn't like him then, but you know, we have Shanji came in the place to be Otep Senet E, and she's greeting you all. I bet means family. Yeah, BG Knockout and Dresser. You know what I'm saying? They're the two brothers featuring um I mean who are featured on Easy E's song. They were part of Ruthless Records, you know what I'm saying? And you know, some people got a taste of what Ruthless was all about with the movie NWA. Oh, no, I'm sorry, the movie Straight Out of Compton. You know, it's interesting that we have those movies. We even have the movie about Notorious, and I heard apparently there's some docu series regarding Suge Knight's life. You know, I mean, anything surrounding Tupac, we hear Tupac stories all, you know, now with those channels, almost every week we hear some new Tupac stories. But one of the story about Suge and Puffy that was so funny is what's his name? Keith Murray. When he described how he saw Suge Knight smacking Diddy, and it's just sound effects that he did, like club pow. I would play, but I think I get some copyright stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now, Nas diss track went hard to well. Ether, it was a hard diss track, yes, indeed. When Jay-Z dropped Take Over, everybody thought it was finished. You know, it was a done deal, it was a wrap. You know, but you know, Nas came back with Ether. You know what I'm saying? And he used Tupac's voice. You know, F Jay-Z. You know, and this is from Tupac's song Friends or Let's Be Friends. In the chorus he says Let's Be Friends from the album Immortal, if I'm not mistaken, the album where you have Until the End of Time. I bought it when I was living in England, you know, so yeah. He says and no ninja like me, F Jay-Z, you know, because for those who don't know, ain't no N-word, ain't no ninja. That's the first hit song of Jay-Z, and it was produced by Jazzo, and Jazzo was part of the New Orleans. You see, it's a small world. Studio gangsters. Well, it's a knockout. Definition of original baby gangster. Approach me like you had mother. I'm a shank ya. I mean, you know, something like to that effect. Dr. Dre and Snoop Doggy Dug Up. Actors, pranksters, studio gangsters, busters, but this time you're dealing with some real mother. Jeez, please. Now, Keith D has another interview on Vlad TV going on currently. Well, you know, Vlad. He's gonna slice them up, and one of the funniest slice that Vlad ever done. He had Keith D, and he told Keith D about something, some statement that he made or some situation that he was in, and then Keith D went, "Yeah." And in the chat, I mean, in the comments, people were like, "Man, this dude really put out the clip," and Keith D just said, "Yeah," but he milked them, you know. Keith D, you know, he was in the car, so he knows what happened. You know, the book was written, but we have the audio though. We have the audio. Somehow, some way, it was released. You know, people they give you their word, you know, but it was released somehow, some way. It was leaked, and he talked about what happened. You know what I'm saying? You know, and Keith D is real serious because he talked about Tupac breakdancing in the car. You know, when the shots went out, and he ain't worried at all. He ain't worried at all. You know, a lot of people fear Suge Knight for good reasons. Hold on. But Keith D said that he told Suge, "You guys ain't ready for us." We have the rapper Boosie Badass. You know, he from the street for real. He spoke on Keith D. I think he said, you know, Keith D's niche or something like that. I mean, Keith D talked about what happened because everybody else is dead. Everybody else that was in the car is dead. I don't think he told in any interview who pulled the trigger, but I think obviously in the interrogation video he did. But KVD responded to Boosie He used a lot of expletive, and Boosie didn't respond. And Boosie is his body, but there's levels to this, Hey, c'est quoi ton problème là? Tiens. It's just levels to this, I wouldn't want no drama with Keefe D. It's like 100. Walk 100, He punked Sanetta into Zarya, and they know better than to want any trouble with the homie. Apo had love brother shoot. But like I told you before, I don't know if the video is still there, but I've seen Spliff Star from the Flipmo squad. Busta Rhymes' right-hand man, I may say. He said he saw Haitian Jack slap Apo. Can you imagine? There's levels to this, man. Keith Murray is very animated. I mean, I'm tempted to play that part, but I think Vlad's gonna do some, because they tell you when people use a vid, and even if I just play a few seconds, he's gonna ask to get the monetization. I'm like, man. But anyway, see what happens is that you have the if you use somebody's music, somebody's video somehow, some way, and they do the match stuff, they'll send you an email to tell you, okay, there's a match, somebody used a part of your video, what you want to do, and they can choose that, they get all the monetization. So I can live stream for like, 3 hours, 4 hours. The dude's gonna get all the monetization. Yeah. Just yeah. Hmm? Tu veux aller voir maman? Oui. Tiens, prends un paquet de mouchoirs. Tiens, je t'ai donné. Regarde, tiens. Un paquet de mouchoirs. Tiens. Voilà. Au revoir, maman. Au revoir. Allez. Okay. Yeah, Keith is wild, man. I was tempted, anyway. Yeah, that Keith Murray video was hilarious. The way he moved his hand. You have to see that one. If you haven't seen it, just go on YouTube and type in Keith Murray, Suge Knight, Slap, PD or Puffy or PDD or DD, with so many names. He even called himself Swag at one point. Another time, I think he called himself Love, but that didn't last long. But yeah, if you put this entry, these keywords, it will come up, man. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna share it with y'all. You don't even have to look for it. That's hilarious, man. Oh my goodness, it was hilarious. Suge Slap. I just put Suge Slap. There it is. Oh, it's not Vlad TV. It's the Art of Dialogue. You know what, man? I hope that whoever runs that channel with 384,000 subscribers, I hope it's gonna be cool, man. I just gonna play the part where it talks about Suge. It's not Klapa. You're gonna hear him. It's hilarious, man. I'm telling you. Title is long, but I'll put the full title. Hey, please, Art of Dialogue. Don't just get all monetization, man. My video will probably last streaming for like 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, and you get all. Please chill. There it is. That's the title and the link. Let's listen up, man. Oh my goodness. I rarely laugh so much off a short video. Like, usually I laugh that much when I watch like stand-up stuff, you know what I'm saying? So this is the Art of Dialogue. You see, 387 subscribers. That was 2 months ago, you see.
It was Puffy and Suge. And then Suge was like, yo, you all right? You all right? And Puffy was there. Then all of a sudden I saw Suge. Pow! Smacked the dog shit out of Puffy. I'm like, oh shit. This is crazy. Puffy like paused, look at me. And Puffy was like, yo, that's what I get for being too nice. Being too nice. I'm being too nice. And he looked at me and Suge was standing there. I was like, yo, this is sick. But yo, I know Puffy. And Puffy ain't gonna be mad about me saying it because he know and I know it happened. This is my truth. I seen Suge Knight Hawk. He brought it from left field down south of Georgia on Puffy Light. He was because the night I think Suge Knight man got killed. And I ain't gonna say no names, but I was around the environment, and God bless the dead. He's dead now. Puffy man is dead now, and Suge man is dead now. But guns was popping off, and somebody died. And Suge was like, yo. Wow. Whoa. I was like, holy shit. Because, yo, now, I ain't trying to set Puffy up like I was like, oh, in the volatile, yo, do E, the boss, shooting a video, and I want to get involved. But
Oh, you get the picture. Paya! Oh my goodness, man. Gotta love my people. Now, where was I? Keith Y. Let me say some crazy other stuff about some, some female rapper, but I don't want to go. I want to get into that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, not only about him and the female rapper, but somebody else, which leads us to a song that was made by a rapper from the West Coast. So that, damn, there was some truth to it there, but hey, the way he moved his hand. Oh man, yeah. Keith is hilarious too. Wow. People, they like in the comments, they like to go like, dang. Because Keith is the number one thing he said, dang. I was like, dang. Yes, he's Phoenix. Baby Lane was not to be toyed with. Unfortunately, Tupac learned the hard way. Yeah, but he ain't really from over there, so people had to let him know, let us handle this stuff. It's just a shame, really. But he was over some street stuff, And Idi Amin said it in one of those documentaries. I don't remember which one. I don't remember if it was Thug Angel or another one, but he said, people say, Pac died for over some rap stuff. Said no, it's strictly street stuff, and I said stuff, trying to be polite, try not to use profanity, and it's clear that it was over some street stuff because you heard some people say, well, hey, the government killed Tupac. You know what I'm saying? That's what those guys always say. The funny thing though, if you listen to Gene Deal, he will tell you about somebody with a bow tie, but I'll leave it there. I even shared an article talking about Biggie and but I'm sorry. I hope I didn't make a mistake, but when it comes to Biggie, Gene Deal, he was his bodyguard. And he talked about a dude, I think his name is Amir Muhammad with a bow tie, you know what I'm saying? So I ain't saying nothing more. You can go and look it up for yourself. But there was a mention of some sort of black Muslim for both Pac and Biggie. You know what I'm saying? We heard more about the one for Biggie, but I did share that back then. I don't remember which social media it was, but if somebody want to challenge me on that, I might look for it. You know what I'm saying? Now, some people were saying, "Oh yeah, the government killed Pac." You know what I'm saying? Pac said at one point, if I sold 5 million records, then imagine what I can do with 5 million votes. Yeah, a strong statement, but we have those guys when somebody is killed, so somebody dies and they come up with their conspiracy theories, and that's how Professor Grief, was known online for spitting a lot of nonsense. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. There's a public for it. Then hey, Andrew Brunet, well, hey Shaka, what is you doing here? You just can't stay away. I'm in the place to be, man. I mean, I got, I have my good people inform me and tell me what's up, and I feel sad for Sekou, man. I feel sad for Sekou because you know now. So 1 moment, please. 1 second, please. A Center of Phoenix. I'm sure the Haitian Jack. I'm sure that Haitian Jack didn't do that with Wayne Perry around. That guy was a Grim Reaper. Well, I don't know too many details, but uh, Apple later on went to DC, so that would have been way before Apple went to DC. You know what I'm saying? Hold on 1 second. Uh, no, PD's name is no longer Love. That was it was very quick. And I remember he was like, yeah, I'm gonna call myself Swad. 1 second. Oh, Love Me for wants the link. All right. Yeah, I even forgot. I wanted to share that, but I guess like Keith Murray distracted me. To get on the panel. There it is. Hiya! Oh goodness. Uh, we have Aliyah RM. You know what I know. Ha ha ha. So now I'm in the part of Keith Murray. Play the last one. What's the last? Oh, I thought he did it for last time. You know, so that's what I was looking for. But you know, hey, you know, I said, hold on. I think he's. Oh my goodness. Oh, share the stuff again, man. Gonna hear the last paya. Huh.
This is my truth. I seen Suge Knight Hawk. He brought it off and somebody died. Blessed it down them or say no names. Oh my God, that's my shot. Smell that. And I'm standing there. I'm like, I got to walk to the puffy for some reason. Yeah. Whoa.
So apparently there's one after that one as well. Look for it.
And the puppy people was, whoa, you know what I'm saying? The video. I was but yo, yeah, Puffy was getting the volatile. But yo, one night, Suge. I was like, holy guacamole. I kid you not. Yo.
The one before last was better. Paya. Oh my goodness. All right. Yeah, the Nana, yeah. You know. Nana was with Polite, you know. There's a picture of them together, and then there was some issue over some argument. I don't know if there was some dating going on, but Enki talked about that, you know what I'm saying? I don't believe Spice won in big GIP. Who's the big GIP? I don't know big GIP. But I know Spice won. It was close to Pac. And the Outlaws. Well, Muta confronted everybody. He's in Saudi Arabia, I think, now. Shaka played the one where kids said, "Holy crack, Mo." Oh, is there another one as well? Riff Pseudo as hell. Yeah, he's being pseudo, you know, being pseudo. But he's happy now. He's with the rapper Soleil. They're happy together. It's beautiful, but it's conspiracy stuff about, you know, Michael Jordan. Who did he lose? His father. Jennifer Hudson. Who did she lose? Kanye. Who did he lose? And he said Jay-Z knew about this, so he paid him off. Well, why is it that the other artists didn't pay them off then? Come on, man. Everybody has to sacrifice a family member, but Jay-Z be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna pay them off. Some people went far talking about Aaliyah, like there was some sort of sacrifice, man. These people, man. In the meantime, they're defending lessons and teachings that says that Africans are not civilized. Africans are living a jungle life, and that black people are marked, disfigured, and that our phenotype, our physical appearance, is the essence of ugliness. You know, they don't mind that. You know, did anybody on the West era? I'm sorry. Did anybody ever do a tribute song for Pac after he got murdered? Well, it's interesting. You know, there's a song we'll always love Big Papa. It's the Locks. And of course, there's "I'll Be Missing You" by Puffy. Well, yes, a very nice one. More new till I join you, and that's Naughty by Nature. It's really Tretch who rapped on the song. You know, it's a beautiful song, man. If it wasn't for this copyright issues, you know, I'll play. But you know, just for those who never heard it, Tretch was very close to Pac. You, I join you, and I think it is Dave Hollister who sings at the end. So I'm going to share the link, music video. That Mifro wrote, "Hey, that's my bro, Grief." She meant to write Grief, obviously. I address Grief's claims. So some people may have not heard it. You know what I'm saying? So let me see if it's still on my channel, but I think it is. There's a few videos that I don't have anymore. I lost so many accounts, courtesy of Uncle and his crew back then. But yeah, I can't believe it. I don't have it there. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, nice. Nice. But check this out. Check this out. See this video? Professor Griff threatening a woman. Go to share the link because I'm not going to play all of it. Oh. So I've shared the link in the chat. So you do see a post by Layla Wills. Now that was about a decade ago, because she has a book and you can find it on Amazon called Farrakhan the Movie. I bought the book, read it, and she used to talk about the alliance of the Nation of Islam with the Church of Scientology, which was one of the early ones to do it. And that Moorish dude who lied on his passport, he talked about it. He even made a DVD with his friend. I forgot the name of his friend, but his friend had like at least 2 family members who were into that Scientology thing, So he was, talking about that. Actually, that Moorish guy and his friend, they made a video with Layla Wills. So because she was, talking about, the Nation of Islam, then she made that post here, and it says threats from Professor Griff. Kevin Shah, Layla Wills, you have to do what you have to do, but trust you need to prepare yourself for the backlash. I'm just saying, be careful in your intent and how you go about handling this and other situations. If you get my drift. You see underneath I wrote Layla Wills, author of the book Farrakhan the Movie. So I didn't like that, and I addressed it. I
Greetings.
don't
I
think
am
it's going to
Shakan
be anything else special, but let's keep that. Hold on, let's come back. Hold on, I'll be back. I wish I could find a video where he said that he was never kicked out of Public Enemy. And there's another video where he said that he looked at the TV, saw a press conference, and that's how he found out he was kicked out. I don't like when people lie publicly like that. Now, you see, he says F. Spike Lee. He actually said F. Spike Lee, and I think I played it there. Tariq Nasheed interviewed Professor Griff and told him about. It's probably there on that video. You know, the audio. You asked him about the movie Spike Lee. I talked about that before, and he said something to the effect of, well, you know, at the time you made some statements, and there's a movie, Spike Lee, that was a bit to be released, and you know, your statements, I'm paraphrasing, were problematic. And he goes, F Spike Lee, F him. And he goes, you know, don't you think my life is more important than the movie? I'm like, man, you have all this smoke for Spike Lee. He's not the one who kicked you out. It was Chuck D who kicked you out. But anyway, you see the statements, who did Damon Dash sacrifice? He sacrificed his fiance. Who was he engaged with at the time? Let's go back. Aaliyah. Who did Suge Knight sacrifice? Tupac. Who of God he was supposed to sacrifice, but it didn't happen? Ashanti. But anyway, you know, you're going to hear that because I have the video. That's how I got famous, because that video was online and everybody shared it. People love the conspiracy theory, you know. And even throw salt on John Henry Clark, you know. So I addressed it. You can hear all the foolish stuff that he talked about regarding John Henry Clark. He waited for the guy to die to open his mouth. But anyway, there's another video here. I mean, I addressed it a long time ago, but I told you, I lost accounts. But here, you're going to hear his ridiculous conspiracy theory, irresponsible accusations. There it is. You have it in the chat. Let's listen up. I'll check this one after. It wasn't even sharing. Good thing I checked. No. Share. Forgot to share. There it is. Now I can listen to this.
When you want to operate in that $20 million club and higher, $100 million club where these brothers were operating in, oh, you got to pay the price. You got to bond yourself to these people forever. Let's look at some of the other people that have bonded themselves to this demonic energy. Michael Jordan, who did he lose? His dad. Bill Cosby, who did he lose? His son. I can go on and on. When Kanye West wanted to be up in that space so bad, he signed the oath, took the oath rather, and signed on, became a Mason and took the oath, wrote Lucifer, Son of the Morning for Jay-Z, and that was his initiation. And sure enough, he lost his mom. Jennifer Hudson wanted to be up in that space.
You know, as if the song Lucifer was an ode or tribute to Lucifer, you know. Lucifer, son of the morning, I'm going to chase you out of earth or something like that. I'm going to chase you. Not chase you like chasing a woman. It's like chase you like chase away. How does Professor Griff know that Kanye was Joan, the Mason, you know?
Bill Cosby, who did he lose? His son. I can go on and on. When Kanye West wanted to be up in that space so bad, he signed the oath, took the oath rather, and signed on, became a Mason and took the oath.
You heard that? Became a Mason. How does he know he became a Mason? How do you know? And there's this beautiful interview from Tupac. I'm going to look for it. But Tupac said, Killuminati. When Tupac was gone, we had many, you know, fake ones around and came up with some a lot of whack stuff. So always when you look for something, you find it. Always okay. I think it's that one. Let me check on. But yeah, spell differently. Spelled it with the digit 2. Some videos when you don't look for them, they pop up. You look for them, takes a while. So I know in which interview you said it, but it's 24 minutes long. I just want the part where he talks about it. Okay, let's see the. I wanted to show the video though, but I think I will have the audio. Shame. So let me see if that's the right audio. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna look for something like. If I may try another keyword. I really want you to hear it. I really like his logic. But it is the vibe interview. It's 24 minutes long, man. I can scroll through it, but dang, I may just scroll too fast. I may skip it basically. I'm near the end, so I missed it. I'm gonna share the link, man. But I'm sure it is in that Vibe interview that he mentioned that, Illuminati, how do we know who told Farrakhan? He says that. So for all purposes, have that Tupac lost interview. Anyway, let's go back to Professor Griff here.
Wrote Lucifer, Son of the Morning for Jay-Z, and that was his initiation. And sure enough, he lost his mom. Jennifer Hudson wanted to be up in that space. Yep, her family got taken at it on some ritual killings. You follow?
He said his family was taken out on some ritual killing. That's so irresponsible, man.
So we need to understand this particular thing. You're not going to operate up into the $50, $100 million club and you not pay the ultimate price now. Not the ultimate price, but make a blood sacrifice. Jay-Z was well aware of all of this. So they paid him off. How did they pay him off? They gave him Rockaware.
And he's just not making any sense at all. Now, first, he says Jay-Z was well aware of these, so he paid them off. He doesn't mention any amount of money. And then he says, how did they pay him off? They gave him Rockaware. So they gave him something, but he paid them off? It just doesn't make sense at all, man.
Gave him Rockefeller Records, Rock Nation. Pay him off? Jay-Z was well aware of all of this. So they paid him off. How did they pay him off? They gave him Rockaware.
He paid them off. How did they pay him off?
Where? They gave him Rockefeller Records, Rock Nation, Jay-Z Inc. What's the bell? Scion made a deal with him. Then the New Jersey Nets, he owns part of that. J Hotels, 4040 Club. I can go on and on, bro.
So that's how Jay-Z paid them off. He was basically giving all these things, shares in the Brooklyn Nets and all these other stuff. It does not even make sense to anybody here, man. But he was part of Public Enemy, so he has to be right some way. You know what I'm saying? And then every time you see somebody go like this, even the devil, it's a pyramid. It's a rock, suckers. It's a rock. It's a sign of a rock. And even if it's a pyramid, man, you see the association. Pyramid, oh, there you go, Illuminati, evil, all seen evil. And they have people, murdering men, women, and children, raping all over, and they don't have anything to say about that, man.
And this is happening right before our eyes, man. So they niggerized the music. As soon as Jay-Z got made, he was made president of Def Jam. Guess who he signed? Two known drug dealers. Young Jeezy and Rick Ross.
Before Jay-Z, people who used to rap about being drug dealers were not signed. We never heard rappers talking about they were drug dealers. Now, we know Rick Ross was a CEO, a correctional officer. So I don't think he had a lifetime dealing with drugs, you know what I'm saying? Now, Jay-Z signed us. I don't know what he did in the street, but he was close to, BMF, you know what I'm saying? Mitch and all that, He told a story where, Mitch, hired, rented the plane and he took his whole crew somewhere in the Caribbean or somewhere in the island and they partied for I don't know how long. He stated that publicly. He told that story publicly. So he knew them guys. You know what I'm saying? But what he's saying is so funny to me. Like, man, please. Besides, both Frank Lucas and what's the other guy again? I don't think it was Rick Ross. But Frank Lucas was invited at one of the Nation of Islam's gathering. I'm like, man, on one hand, you have there, I don't want to say representative, but the one guy capping for them was saying, who these are two known drug dealers, and then they're inviting Frank Lucas, is one of the biggest drug dealer, at least in Harlem. But anyway,
who's going to perpetuate and carry on the madness and the negative demonic frequency. Are you following me?
Yes, sir.
We need to understand that to that degree.
So that's how Professor Grief got I don't know if I should say famous, because Public Enemy is famous, but a lot of people don't even know Public Enemy. Don't even know Professor Griff as part of Public Enemy. You know what I'm saying? The die hard fans may know, but overall, they obviously know Chuck Lee and Flavor Flav. You know what I'm saying? They may know the S1 unit or whatever it was called. You know what I'm saying? For two-stepping and whatever. But he was known as a minister of information for some. But hey, as the average guy, he what he's most known when it comes to Public Enemy is for getting kicked out of the group. That's what he's most known for getting kicked out of the group. So I hope I don't sound like I'm hating on the dude, but when he threw salt on John Henry Clark, I was like, for real? But you know what? Hey, you may be wondering, what do you mean he threw salt at John Henry Clark? Well, we'll find out. It's not that long. That same video, Professor Griff threatening a woman. Gonna move forward, and you're gonna hear Professor Griff throwing shade at John Henry Clark.
Documenting the past and the present until I find out that he was busted in anonymous.
Even in that one, the anonymous lander video. See the date? This is Blog Talk Radio, brothers and sisters. See, African Truth. You see my logo, Afro Styly. The title, Amen Ra Squad busted in anonymous lander video. Now, this is 2012. That's when I made this radio broadcast or radio show. The video was made before, but the broadcast was 2012. The video was from 2011. And you have the screen print of the person, the Black Uncut, brand new channel. And who subscribed to the channel? On the right, Anka Kek. He still has that channel, Conquered by Religion. It's on there. But anyway.
Asia's Muria and
Fuck them.
Oh, nice. That excerpt that I told you about the interview with Tariq Nasheed, there it is. Let's listen up.
So that's just for the record. So I'll let you enjoy the rest of the audio. This is what's going on today. Nowadays, people flagging videos, making anonymous slander video, and then want to talk about Ma'at. And then we have people who looks like are threatening women. I guess that's manhood at its best. My name is Shakandugu Kemet. I don't argue or state facts. If you are not part of the solution, you are part of the problem. Enjoy.
I remember when everything went down in '89, and Chuck was saying that they wanted to let you out the group because they didn't want people protesting Spike Lee's movie because you're
Fuck Spike Lee. Fuck him.
Damn, it's like that.
Fuck him. You mean to tell me throw my ass under the bus, get me poisoned and shot because of a movie don't want to be protested? Am I not worth more than that? Each one of these individuals had to make a blood sacrifice. So let's take a.
So, you heard the partner. Now, Professor Griff wasn't kicked out over a Spike Lee movie. He was kicked out over, talking about the Jews. Saying something like, they're responsible for. I'm paraphrasing, like, all the problems in the world, something like that, something to that effect. You know what I'm saying? Then, instead of schooling the young brother Nick Canaan, we see what happened. But I think that she starts by saying, Chuck D. Let's go back.
I know part of the who that is not part.
And Chuck was saying,
enjoy.
I remember when everything went down in '89, and Chuck was saying that they wanted to let you out the group because they didn't want.
See, Chuck was saying blah blah.
People protesting Spike Lee's movie because you're
fuck Spike Lee.
He didn't even let Tariq Nasheed finish his sentences. You know what I'm saying? And NOR members in general really don't like Spike Lee because of the movie. The movie was extremely accurate. Why? Because of the issue of the secretaries. You know, that's like, you know, the what do you call it? Achilles wheel. I'm sorry, Achilles wheel. Achilles heel. I said wheel. But anyway, let's listen to him throwing shade at John Henry Clark. I would say disrespecting John Henry Clark, but you know, got to be diplomatic nowadays.
Are you following me? Yes, sir. On why he kept blasting minister. I wanted to question Dr.
I'm sorry, the sound quality is a bit low, so if possible, put the volume up, all right? I'm going to mute my mic.
Following me. Yes, sir. We need to understand that to that degree. I wanted to question Dr. Clark and his position on why he kept blasting Minister Farrakhan. But he passed on to the ancestral realm, and I never had a chance to question it. I can question his philosophy and his doctrine now to those people that still hold dear to his teachings and discuss it with them. I don't consider myself African. Africa is a landmass, and it's a title not even created by us as a people. As Dr. Ben teaches us in his work, we were called Africans by the Greeks. So I just want to kind of put it out there before I deal with some of these people. Why should I call myself, because I live in Atlanta? Am I an Atlantean? Is that not cheap? Okay, let's roll it back a little bit further. I don't vote, so should I call myself a Democrat or a Republican? Okay, what else are these frivolous damn titles? I guess I'm in America, so should I call myself an American? Nah, am I not deeper than that? Okay, so let's roll it back. Let's go further. I'm on Earth. What am I? Should I call myself I don't know. So you follow where I'm going? Right. Okay. So let's get real deep, and then let's go speak to some of these people. If we to start this interview over, and I said, and you said, well, today we're about to speak to Professor Griff, Minister of Information from the rap group, socially, politically, consciously driven rap group, Public Enemy. Griff, how you doing today? And I said, wait a minute, let's back up. Let me introduce myself. I'm God having a human experience called Griff. So if I say that and mean it, and I practice being God every day, as the scripture teaches, we are all gods, children of the Most High God. Are you following me? Why would I cheapen myself by calling myself an American, African, and all these other titles and labels that we put on ourselves? What higher honor can I bestow on this brother and you and these brothers here? And then when I see the God, I greet him as a God. Do you understand what I'm saying? So all these other labels and titles, they don't really mean anything to me. They're probably different aspects of me that are on the fringes of what I am, but those things are cheap, man. For you to call me African, Dr. John Henry Clark, is cheap. For you to tell me that I'm not black, that I'm African, no, that doesn't speak to the essence of who I am. I can roll out a timeline and show you in ancient Kemet and pre-dynastic Kemet, Africa was nowhere in the picture. We didn't call ourselves African. African is a Johnny-come-lately new term. For me to be naming myself after a landmass, the whole earth was called Ethiopia and Asia. So Elijah Muhammad came along and said, no, we're the Asiatic black man. But then even at the end of that lesson, he said, we're gods of the universe, man. Are you following me? So don't cheapen me, man, with these. But that's just a philosophy that Dr. John Henry Clark came across with, but I totally disagree with. Now, what movie came out with this information in it? You might want to put that on pause. It may take you all a minute. Huh? Nope. No, it's a movie with Samuel L. Jackson in it recently, within the last year. What they wanted to do is, you could turn it back on. What they wanted to do is get the sync code to everyone's cell phone number to create a grid to find this particular fugitive.
I didn't see that movie.
You seen Batman?
The newest Batman?
With Samuel L. Jackson in it.
I don't think I watched it.
Oh, you gotta get that movie. You gotta get that movie. They went to an underground bunker. Okay. Where they had all the grids up on a screen, and boy, they said we could easily find him. All we have to do is send out the necessary people, right, with cell phones, and we link the cell phones to one another, creating a grid, and we just track them down. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, my bad. Younger when you bet it. I don't know how long you been. Have you been waiting long? Oh, sorry. Have you been waiting long, brothers?
Just a few minutes, ain't no biggie.
Nah, you good, bro. You good, bro. Nope.
Feel free to add on, brothers. Add on, brothers. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah. Man, you know what? This kind of like conspiracy theory stuff, man. It's like the alien, if you add it all together, like the blood sacrifices, the aliens, the you ain't this, you ain't, it's like if you add them all together, in my mind, I've thought this for a long time, at least like 15 years or so or more. It's designed to make young people not try to succeed. It's designed to make you think you can't break anything. You can't break the chains. It's impossible. It's designed to put a roof over your sky, to stop you from trying actually, because why would you try your best at something if you already know you can't? Why would you even try, and so it's so discouraging, when I hear people do this. But a lot of times it's the people that fail in other things that teach that stuff, man. And of course life is not fair, but if you think if you go about it like you're the only person experiencing the unfairness, then you miss the whole reality, because there's probably nobody that most people probably don't think something is fair in some way or the other. Like look at us now, like going back to that September, what is it? No, January 6th. You saw European Americans try to overthrow the Capitol because they feel like they're getting a raw deal out of the richest country, most powerful country that ever existed on earth, that has always given them first shot at everything. It's just crazy, man. So when I hear Griff say this, man, it's just sad. And then he moves from the blood sacrifices, then he goes to go after the elders. It's so strategic. First of all, you ain't gonna be shit if you don't
I
make a sacrifice. And on top of that, John Henry Clark was wrong. He's insulting me. Why would he limit me to being African? It's like you just limited everybody else from success, and now you saying he's limiting you by calling you African. I don't know, man. What's
yeah,
up? What's up,
But
young man?
just want to clarify. Those are two different statements. There was a statement where he talked about who did he lose and stuff like that. Then there was a statement about Spike Lee, which was just a very short excerpt from an interview he did with Tariq Nasheed. And then finally, there's a part where he threw shade at Jonathan McCloud. But the xenophobia that we hear that Punk Butler Reggie and Onk doing, that's at least a decade old. But that's the NOI. We ain't African, I ain't African. You know what I'm saying? It's not just the Moors, but feel free to add on. I think your hair wanted to add on as well.
yeah. I thought you was going to play some clips or something with the whole Sekou thing.
Oh well, no. If people want, I mean, somebody, told me, hey, this is what's happening over there, and if somebody have the timestamp, I don't mind
I
having
want
a
to hear
look.
them
But
smash his
Oh
ass.
yeah, I mean it was
I
like
want to hear them smash him. I
yeah, it
mean,
was all true. It's so long too, like I didn't really look at time. I didn't really look at everything neither, but it's the same old thing, man. Before he say two words, they cutting him off and they speaking and they going against his point of view and whatever. The same old treatment. Sure, they try and downplay him like they more than him or whatever the case may be. So there's a lot of nonsense back and forth about Pan African and um if we together or like we against each other kind of thing. Same conversation. Nothing new to me, if you ask me.
Yeah, but if somebody has a
Yeah,
timestamp, yeah, I don't mind playing it.
I agree. I hate
Um,
that shit, man. I hate it, man. It's just don't come for my friend. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Don't. But they going after your friend. We're not trying to go after Sekou. But I can't feel sorry for Sekou because I think he has to learn his lesson thoroughly before he will be able to listen. Like it's clear right now, he must think he must
He
think
Yeah, he
uh
picked his
he
side.
must
He
be
picked his
confused.
side.
Yeah, he's confused. He's confused. That's what I would say. He's
Yeah,
just confused.
I wouldn't say
And
that. Okay.
I
I
mean that's
just think I just
yeah.
think that he riding with who he riding with, no matter how we get treated like the rest of them, bro. Like
You think
it's
so?
hard.
Because
I'm telling you what, because if you come into a conversation, right, and you keep having people that disrespect you or go against you, why are you having the conversation for? You are not trying to build nothing or understand nothing or build something that you guys communicating and understanding each other point of view. You know what I'm saying? They just making him look like no matter what he say he's wrong, and then disrespect him. So like, why would you keep coming and have the conversation with the same people where you could come over here and have conversation, and everybody might not agree with you, but we ain't going to disrespect you or cut you off every time you try to speak. So in saying that, yeah, I rather have conversation where I could reason with people, not feel like I'm in opposition to them all the time.
true. Yeah, I mean, I just think he's confused in the sense of he actually thinks there's something he can accomplish there by his presence being there. Like that he believes somehow he might be able to change some minds, you know? But I don't think he can, I don't think they want minds to be changed. I think, they somebody might be baiting him to make him think he could change some minds, but I think all in all he's just being used, you know. And over here, we don't use people like that and throw them out like trash. That's the whole point of it. Like you can't walk all over people. You shouldn't even have to, man. This is just conversation. This is just people trying to build on common ideas and common principles and discuss things that affect us all, man. Nobody need to be walked all over like trash. Like it's the same thing about young Tory. Does somebody need to tell him to cut his wrist for him to understand a message? No. But over there, they think that's necessary to say before somebody gets a point. It's just crazy, man. So I don't know where the stopping point is going to be for Sekou, but I don't feel sorry for him. If they walk all over him and throw him out like trash, I don't feel sorry for him. And the reason why I don't is because didn't he already see other people get walked on and thrown out like trash? Yes. And then he walked his ass right over there and want to be a part of it.
That's my
So,
that's my point. You know what I mean?
oh, I
Everybody,
got you.
yeah,
Yeah.
everybody have to pick their own plate, whichever food they want to eat. He choose to eat that kind of food. So hey, oh, happy for him. You know what I'm saying? But I,
and
like it had some dudes on the platform. I don't even know, but they were trying to defend him somewhat.
you know the
But like,
person who
go
no, go
ahead.
ahead, go ahead. The person who informed me that he was kind of being mistreated over there. He also told me that he doesn't feel sorry for him. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm like, hey, he keeps going over there, so I guess he's all right with that. But I just want to tell. I'm glad V Bennett also mentioned the scam chatter telling young brother that he should commit suicide. See, Afro Asiatic, he wrote Salamu. What does that have to do with the effectiveness of the organization as a whole to clean up black people? Nothing. Many times when you talk about something that people don't like, or you talk about somebody that they're cool with, then it would bring, how does that help us and stuff like that. So I'm going to be like, okay, um, what does this have to do with the effectiveness of the organization as a whole to clean up black people?
See how dumb this little nigga Tory is, y'all? He ain't, I told you, once you become myopic and in a box, anything that people bring to you, you will not adhere to it. He showed you who wrote the New Testament. He showed you what he said about the New Testament. And this little nigga still up in here saying God said this and God said that. These niggas are just retarded, man. These little niggas are just retarded. He ain't go and look up what Shaka said. He didn't say, well, let me see if Shaka telling the truth and do me some research. This dumb, stupid little nigga comes back with God said this and yeah, and God put all nations together and made them different. Like, nigga, shut up already, man. Just shut up, nigga. Damn. Slit your wrist or something, nigga. Because you're poison to the youth, man. You already poison to the other youth that's coming up looking around you. You probably trying to teach your friends this shit. Nigga, slit your wrist already, nigga. Get it over with, nigga.
Gotta keep my foot on his neck. Can't let Frankie off the hook. What about this one here, Afro-Asiatic?
Let's not forget the mighty Hebrew, nigga, who you get constantly on your channel, who's on all the Hebrews' channel. Don't forget the mighty Hebrew, the baldhead nigga, been already incarcerated in prison for molesting a young child. He came home and they violated him again because the nigga was trying to fuck with another child.
I can only imagine Scam Cheddar singing to the police, like the bald head brother, the guy with the scar here, the guy who works that way. You know what I'm saying? Now, Afro-Asiatic, what about that
You're
one?
wrong. You don't know. Everybody on my circuit, they against the Israelites. We hate the Israelites. We can't stand their doctrine.
Shaka, this guy, that's what he wants you to do. That's why he keep coming up here and doing the same thing. I wouldn't pay no attention. He need to get on the panel if he have something to talk about, you know?
No, brother, don't do this, man. He's gonna come and talk about genetics, man. You see, he's an old timer. Every time he talks about this genetic stuff, genetics says that those Arabs are black and the Hebrews are black. And every time I ask him, can you show me the author that says that they were black? He says the study says so. The E1B1B, the E1B1A. So man, I mean,
that's not gonna help. That's not gonna help nothing with the black community neither.
It's not, but you know, people are like that. Like what they talk about is important. What we talk about, you know what I'm saying? When it doesn't suit them, it's not important. But here, there's another one, Afro-Asiatic. What about that one, man?
All of you hoes, the black man gonna stand up and smack the shit out y'all motherfuckers.
It's more like pimping than, you know, organization to clean up black people. But then here's that one here.
And I told you I would never apologize to you. You see, I'm a man of my word, right? You see, I'm a man of my word, right? No, but you thought because you're gonna make 100 fucking videos that you're gonna wear me out and I'm gonna come to you on my knees. Please, chill, don't make a fucking video. Fuck you, nigga. Make 100 more, bitch. Make 100 more, nigga. That's showing you I don't give a fuck about you, your mother, anybody, or your daddy.
Hey,
fuck
man, you break it down, man, bro.
Fuck your whole family, nigga. Your daughter, your son, everybody. Yes, I said it, you bitch ass nigga.
Now, Love Mifro wrote, what's next? My bro Steve Cockley. Now, you know, hey, Love Mifro, man. You know, love who we want to love, you know what I'm saying? But if you agree with all the stuff that Professor Griff said about the celebrities that lost family members and alleging that it was some ritual, basically that they played a part in it, which to me is very irresponsible. He doesn't have any evidence anyway, you know what I'm saying? If he loses a family member, how would that sound saying, oh, well, he sacrificed the family member. He was a ritual killing, you know what I'm saying? But you bring up Steve Cockley, you know, I think he was sincere and he was down for the people, but isn't it him who kind of alleged that somebody that we know killed MLK? Isn't it Steve Cockley? You know, I don't know if anybody heard about that, but feel free to type it in the chat if you want. But you know, somebody did claim that, you know,
Jesse Jackson.
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead, young Harold.
I was gonna ask you, have you ever looked into the Yakoba story? Not the fiction one, but anything relating to history, or if this character was somebody else other than the fictional story. Better
Well,
yet, you know anything about the Tamu people?
yeah, well, Donna Marnie, she's of the opinion that the Tamahu were black people, you know. But
Yeah.
Jabari, many times he uses the term Tamahu to describe, people of European descent or Caucasoids.
Yeah, that's what I
Um,
heard too.
I'm not really sure who they were, but they were surely not Egyptians, and I wouldn't say they were Africans. But I would have to go to the text, and the best besides the text is to have like a painting and seeing the description of Tamahu. I think actually from the uh, Ramses the third's depiction. Let's see if I think we may have Tamahu. No, we have Amu. And hold on, Ramses third, Rames Ram. Says third, and I put table of nations. But what's for sure is that Scam Cheddar he interviewed Dr. Wasim Mohammed was in the street over there and Harlem, and Dr. Wasim Mohammed brought up Yakub El, a Hyksos, an Asiatic, but
Yeah,
and
they
that
may
was
call
funny
him.
to me. Yeah,
I
that's
have
funny
a.
to
I
me.
was looking into something earlier. I have to research more on it, but I hear he had different names. He like, yeah, Israel, yeah, Israel, or the one that's struggle with the divine angel, or Jacob, or the pharaoh of the 15th dynasty of Egypt, or the human secret. All kind of names I'm hearing about, but I have to research it to look into it.
Now, I'm not sure about Israel. What you mentioned about Israel? What is it that you said about Israel?
Israel, is Yisrael.
But
Israel.
yes, but you're talking about the place. Yes, Israel is basically what we call Israel. Like they
Yeah.
pronounce it like yeah.
Well, they say Yakub was a people too. It wasn't one person, so I don't know. It have all kind of
Well, the
different
NOA
stories.
teaches yeah the NOA teaches a guy named usually people say a big head scientist called Yakub. I think by like by the year 3 or something like that, he mastered so many things. But he's extremely smart, and for whatever reason, he was dissatisfied with his other gods, and he decided to create white folks. He had something to prove. So he grafted,
Yeah,
from yeah, he had
yeah,
something to
yeah,
prove. So
yeah.
from the
It's not
original
no.
man, he
He
Yeah,
got
grafted,
bored, man.
yeah, yeah, he was supposed to, hey, I think I can do this or whatever. And so I think it was 200 years from the original black man to like the kind of brown man, and then from the brown man another 200 years, and then we have the white race. So um, that would have been probably, I don't know if it's like 60, 76 trillion years, 320. No, that would be like 6,000 years ago actually for Yakub.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
the brother Afro-Asiatic says that science agrees with the Elijah Muhammad, the kind of thing that it's about that time period where the white man appears. But
Mm-hmm. Right.
besides that, Surf Yakub Bell, that's from Kemet. It's not even the same timeline, and those are Hyksos anyway. Yakub is supposed to be a black man. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Not
The
Right.
Hyksos was white, right?
come again. Oh, they
The
were white.
Hyksos.
The Hyksos
Yeah.
was it?
Well,
Yeah.
they were saying that the Hyksos or the white people used to praise the black man, which was Yakub. I don't know. It had
Well,
different
I,
stories.
I I don't know who said that, but the Yaqub of the Nation of Islam is not recorded in history. Now
Yeah.
one of the Hyksos had the name Yaqub, Yaqub El actually.
Mm,
But for those that don't know, the Hyksos, they were of Palestinian descent. You know what I'm saying? Or
yeah.
Syro-Palestine. That's the area where they came from. And I'm not saying it just because I woke up and decided to say so, but I've shown that in the British Museum, London, England, they do say that Hyksos were of Palestinian descent, and everybody can type right now on Britannica Encyclopedia Britannica, and you type in Hyksos, you will see that it says that they were of Palestinian descent. So we have the pictures of them, from the tomb of Khnumhotep in Beni Hassan, circa 1900 BC. We do have a painting which shows Hyksos. We have the actual word Hyksos written on the glyphs, so they were clearly not black at all. So for them to claim that, it's off, because they claim that Yaqub is an original man. Yaqub is supposed to be a black man. So sometimes they would do stuff like that. Trying to tie themselves into a history, but it's just a big failure. It sounds good, for people who are uninformed, but it's really off. And I wish anybody who believes that can come on a panel and we can talk about this, because what is documented, that's the big thing. It's just like, I'm sorry for the black Hebrew Israelites, but, and not just the black Hebrew Israelites, but even black Jewish people. I'm sorry, Jewish people, regardless of their race, creed, or color. But the Exodus is not documented in history. You have the right to believe in it, like some people believe in Santa Claus. But when you grow up, you realize, okay, there's no Santa Claus, there's no tooth fairy. So you have the right to your belief, fine, but don't try to tell us that this is an event that actually happened. It's just like the issue of the historical Jesus. Like, okay, like the Jesus of the Bible, basically they realize that there's no attestation for it, there's no proof or evidence for it. So now they're coming up with a new concept of the historical Jesus. And like I said many times, it's like me saying, well, Spider-Man didn't exist. They patterned Spider-Man after the historical person, which is Peter Parker. You know what I'm saying? But hey, I don't want to be too long-winded.
Yeah, you would say the same thing about the Anunnaki or the Osiris story as well, right? As an allegory.
But Osiris is a god, So if people want to try to look for historicity of a god, I'm like, good luck,
Yeah.
Now some people will say that ultimately may have been a man who was deified later, because that happened in Kemet. Some men and I think some women as well were deified later time. One that was deified is Imhotep. But we don't have any time period for Osiris. You know what I'm saying? So, and a lot of people, they like to do that. They like to talk about the gods of Kemet when we ask for records for the patriarchs, for the historical people. I mean, the people of the Bible, basically. And but what about Osiris? We don't have any. That's a god, homie. Let's do humans versus humans. And if you want, we can do gods versus gods. And we can talk about Ea, who got so drunk that he fell in his own feces and urine. But that's what they like to do.
Yeah, I already know. That's why I did it to you, just to see what you would say.
Yeah, I mean, brothers and sisters, I don't mean to brag, but Tozariak ran from the debate. We heard Black Jesus Minister. We've seen my exchange with Yara and Nepal when Napa was capping hard for the Hebrew Israelites, to the point of saying that the people of Kemet committed human rights violations against those white. Yes, that's what she said. That's what she said.
Yeah.
It's basically, she was like, oh, the mistreatment of the people, the human rights violation. Those people are the invaders.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that's what they have in their mind. And then when go ahead, brother.
That narrative was from their book, right? From the Bible. She got that narrative. Exactly.
And when I say that story is from the Bible, so from the Hebrew Israelites or from the Bible. So I never talked about Hebrew. I never talked like I was attacking her. But where do they get the narrative from?
Exactly.
The narrative of some Hebrews enslaved in Kemet, that comes from the Bible. Now, if they have any records for that, they can show it. Yara was like, I'm ready to debate you on that. He didn't even show anything. Like, was there any chattel slavery in Egypt? I said, I'm not aware of that. Man. If you are, then please show me.
And you know what? I mean, since when have the Jews attempted to sue to take the Egyptians to court? The Kemites to court, to the International Court for Human Rights violations or anything, man. It's so funny, man. It doesn't even have anything to do with it.
That's what she said. The good sister in the power. But I understand she's in that mindset. Last time I spoke with her,
human rights existed.
Yes, it was, but that's what she said. And the last time I spoke with her, it was on her channel, and Kiddo Priest was there. Now I wanted to ask Kiddo Priest how he feels about the protest going on, Layla Wiz, the hip hop stands for survival, but the power was kind of answering for him, and it looked like he didn't really want to touch on that topic, but he doesn't have to. But
Yeah, that's all right.
yeah, but she said that I hate the Bible. I said, where'd you get that from? And then I told her that I don't believe that those events happened like the Exodus story, and she brought up the Book of Numbers. The Book of Numbers is the book of the Bible. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, those people don't even understand that the Bible is not a historical document. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, in 2023, that's what we have. We have the teenager Yara and all these Black Hebrews or like, all they do is basically rely on the Bible as if it had any validity for anybody's historicity. I mean, and that's why many times I tell people, just open your Bible and look at the date of the copyright, and you will realize it has nothing to do with the lifetime of Moses. They don't even know what record is. They don't even know what archaeology is. You know what I'm saying? Most of them, you ask them, okay, where is that text? What is the oldest copy of that text? They have no clue. But with Kemet, they are in museums, and we can document them. Even without going to the museum, we can do a quick search online. The Papyrus of Ani, where we have the 42 negative confessions, it is in the British Museum, London, England. Boom. Game over. But those guys, man, ask Nepal, where's the book of Numbers? The oldest copy of the book of Numbers. Just ask her. I'm sure she has no clue. Now she's gonna look. She's gonna look. And then most of the time, for those texts, it's like, some small fragments. And then they get so many fragments. And out of all those different fragments found in so many different places around the world, then they come up with, okay, we were able to reconstruct the text. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Hey, can we do that?
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I think they just pretend, man. At this point, it's more like they're interested in a facade because people watch the
they're on
show.
survival mode.
They're
on survival mode. But I almost forgot, Vibenet. I'm sorry. This is Manu Ampin's website. I'm gonna share the link, and I think that here. I think that it spells Chemehu or Chemehu. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, honestly, I don't know too much about the Chemehu, which will be like the Indo-European according to oh no, actually no. Here the Indo-European will be the Amu, but that's Amu here, Amu, and that's the Asiatics. That's a generic term for Asiatics. But here the Chemehu, basically here we have the Semite, but I don't really rely on that description too much, but what's interesting is indeed the Egyptian seen by himself. We have Remech here, that's the word Remech, which translates as people, and here we have Nehesi or Nehesiu, which is the term for what we would translate as Nubian. So they are portrayed the same, and this comes from this is not the original. This is a reproduction, but the original is in the tomb of Ramesses III. And you can see it on the Theban mapping project. But I made a video about that, and we've seen it. And somebody like Ujau is kind of acting like, okay, this is extremely rare. Usually we don't have that. But hey, Smash Rockwell, Jonathan Owen shown, and also Necheneb, that we have depictions sometimes of Nubians, and they will be lighter than the Egyptians. People are kind of set tripping too much. But Ujau, I understand. I respect him. We spoke for 3 hours. It's not like the Asai or fake dude, but it's because they had a claim that that Kem or Kemet means riparian land, riparian zone. So that's why they had to change the meaning of Kem in order to for their hypothesis to fly. But it's over. They stopped live streaming for like maybe 4 months or something. They realized they gave up. They gave up, and the Hebrews are like now they're on survival mode. And thanks to Scam Cheddar, who's gonna get any crackhead on this panel, then the traction is still moving. But they're still getting that work. But with some people like Butler Reggie, we'll never get some clarity because Reggie, all you have to do is just big him up and congratulate him, and he's gonna say that you're a great scholar. I mean, the dude congratulated Chief X after Chief X said that the ancient Egyptians were white from pre-dynastic time. That's what the Butler Reggie did, and I played that. I have the evidence. So Reggie is extremely Zulu. Not only he said that Heru is Greek, but after Chief X said that the ancient Egyptians were white, actually he used the term Caucasian because Chief X is he's gonna come in and say, I didn't say white, I said Caucasian. Okay, fine, Chief X. The ancient Egyptians were Caucasian from pre-dynastic time until today, and he added, the modern Egyptian are the same as the ancient Egyptians, or in other words, the ancient Egyptians are the modern Egyptians. That's what Chief X said. And Reggie went, "Good job, Chief X. Good job. You fired him. He got,
This guy, or like
What
on
is
the
that?
show with Sekou, he was begging for cash app every 10 minutes.
My precious. He sound like that dude from Harry Potter movie or whatever that is, man.
I never watched Harry Potter. I have an idea of what it is, but I never watched any. But man, Reggie has no backbone. For those who don't know, Sanada called him and Garfield bitches. So y'all bitches, and they're still there. They're still there. So without
Why do you think
Sanada,
they're still there? This is the trick question.
because,
Why do you think they're
because without
still there?
Sanada, we don't hear about those guys. Because Reggie has
Yeah,
a YouTube channel.
they benefiting. They
No, man.
Go ahead.
benefiting off the debate money, but I don't know why Sekou there. I don't think
No,
he
look.
benefit.
No,
If
I wouldn't
Sarnetta,
even say that Reggie's benefiting from the debate money. I mean, he may get a little change for helping in the organization and writing,
That's
the
yeah,
text because
that's my point. Yeah,
but the thing is that it's just to be alive, because if Reggie live streamed on his own YouTube channel, it will be a desert, But go ahead, Bennett.
I mean, if Sarnetta calls them bitches and they stay, then what does that mean?
that means they're their own man. What you want us to do? Let them be. Let them fools
Is he
be.
right? Does it mean he's right? I mean, come on.
Oh, yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
It's just it's a grown man. It's a sad day for grown men out here. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, man. It's a sad day because manhood is becoming rare nowadays, man. Love Mirful asks, where is Sekou? Where? Sekou may be busy or may not want to come on. I think Scam Cheddar told people, look, man, if I see you on his panel over there,
Yeah, exactly.
you know the deal, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, and a grown man, like, what I mean, it's pathetic, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, he could be over here presenting whatever he want, but over there he can't even have a conversation before he say 2 words. They cutting him out, it's pathetic, man. Like, because then when somebody is wrong, and they always have to stop you from saying so or try to interject to prove their point, because what you say it's aching their ears. They don't want to hear it. So that's what happens with Sekou all the time over there, and he don't learn. And like I told you, like on the thing, like I told you, he pick his side. You know what I mean? Like he's like it was if he was a grown man, he would be able to come here and go on Sanetta if he chose. And if Sanetta had a problem with that, that's on him. You know what I mean? But Shaka never did nothing to him but stick up for him. So in saying that, I really have much to say about him,
If Alice is doing his thing over there, if Alice is doing his thing over there and he's respected, and it is what it is, he chose his path. But he's over there, they're mistreating the dude. They're like, But yeah, maybe somebody, I'm going through the comments, maybe somebody put some timestamp, you know what I'm saying? But just want to say this before I let V Bennett rock. Ex-boyfriend, Zaza Ali, and you can tell by the name Ali that most likely she was into this Asiatic black man stuff. Now, they're separated for whatever reason it happens, but he put out a message. He's like, tell her boyfriends to stop threatening me. But the thing is that we don't really hear about her too much. But I think she's still, doing her thing on her channel. But there was a cruise. And something went wrong. And she was supposed to refund the people, and people complained that they didn't get the refund money. So she made a video. She said, okay, everybody's going to get their refund. She actually cried. She talked about her life. I don't know. I think she was abandoned by one of her parents, who happened to be white. But I'm not 100% sure because that was many years ago. But some people said that she scammed. But, hey, I don't know. But no, he's not her boyfriend. He's an ex-boyfriend. He's now married to the rapper Soleil. Yeah, so go ahead, Bennett.
Oh nah, man. What was I gonna say? I didn't. I'm just like, yeah, man. I was just saying it's a sad day for manhood, man. Because when you examine how we deal with each other, even examine how we deal with problems. I mean, you have a lot of followers, grown men that are followers that are not their own men. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, you look at people are very different in any case, man. I mean, me, I don't know how anybody else's life is, but I don't have a whole bunch. I have comrades, but I don't my how I make my living and my happiness is not based on them. You know, you see what I mean? For example, I might get a call every once in a while because they're very busy with their families. You see what I mean? Taking care of business themselves, right? And so we might link up every once in a while, but I don't have any yes men, yes people in my life. I don't have anything like that, you know. And I think there's nothing that I do, not in my business, not in my work, not in any of it, even with my kids, where there's yes people. You see, even I have to humble myself sometimes to make sure that even when I'm dealing with my kids, that I'm not missing some of their perspective. You see what I mean? Like I have to watch myself sometime and remind myself that I need to make sure I'm encouraging them to speak their minds. Even you see what I'm saying? And I think when it's just a sad thing. We just don't have a lot of men, my man. We don't have a lot of men. We don't. And we do have a lot of men, but when we talking about this conscious community, we don't have a lot of men, bro. Like flat out. We got people that are running scared to speak their own minds, scared of some Mr. What do they call that? Wizard of Oz character, some dude, some big bad wolf that's going to come get you when really it's just a silly little clown behind a fucking uh, drapery somewhere, hiding in a closet somewhere. And people fall for this kind of stuff, man. And it's really, really sad. But I think in some way it's very poetic because look at the material these people feed themselves. They feed themselves self-defeat material, all the self-defeat material you can have, just like you said about Professor Griffin. So no wonder their personalities become this way. You can't be anything because you gotta sell out to get there. There's a glass ceiling. uh
Yeah.
you can't be yourself. You can't be who's naturally around you and who looks like you and how your spirit feels. Nah, that's not who you are. You somebody else way on the other side of the globe somewhere. You the other ones. You know what I mean? You can't be your kinky haired African
Mm.
self that went through all of this kooky shit just because of who you are, which is also beautiful. You can't be that. That's not good enough. You got to be somebody else's kooky shit. You see what I mean? It's just all around, man. It's almost poetry, But I hope young people are watching that because that kind of stuff kills you, man. That stuff kills you early, and it's almost kills you in the brain. So if your brain follows, your body is already dead. Your body won't have a choice. You see, so it's just sad, but all I can say is I hope it's a lesson, and we have to turn the page. We have to turn the page as on this community stuff, on this conscious stuff. We got to turn a new leaf, uh, and it can't be based on fantasy. It can't be based on all these crutches that we hold. Yeah, and I think that becomes a real big problem when we have people that sell failure to our young people. It's just it's sad, man. But I think we're gonna do it. We just gotta have people understand that it can be done, and you don't have to be second. Right now, we have a lot of people that laughed at the conscious community, that laugh at the idea of Pan Africanism. Yeah, a normal person should laugh if this is their dose of it. If this is what they see of Pan Africanism, if that stuff over there is what they see, the only example they have, the only living example, I would say you're looking in the wrong place. But if that's the only living example, I could see why you laugh, because it's scrupulous. So we gotta make a promise to ourselves to be stronger men with integrity. Um, Men that don't make excuses about doing the right thing. You know.
Yeah. I think he has something to do with the Septuagint, Shaka.
Oh well, the Septuagint, that's what is it? The Greek the
That's what
Greek
the Torah, right?
yeah, the Greek Torah, I think. Septuagint, the Greek Old Testament. Yeah, yeah. All right. Wow. And what about that guy?
No, I think he played a role. I have to research it. I just heard somebody mention his name the other day.
All right. Really, to keep it simple, it's the original of the Bible. Yeah. And when it comes to the text, it's just it's kind of messy. It's just kind of messy. But before we let Imhotep 360 degrees enlighten us, I just want to address that statement from. Hold on. Oh, I've missed some comments. Did I? Need to put sentence comment. Hold on. Was it further before? Hold on, hold on. There it is. Oh no. Yeah. Afroasiatic wrote, and I quote: "Video is public about secretaries, all the wives' testimony on the most honorable Elijah Muhammad." It's not enough to say honorable Elijah Muhammad. Most honorable Elijah Muhammad uprightness is on YouTube public info in the wife's own words. So here in the chat, I'm sharing this link right there. When people keep saying lies, you have to keep repeating the truth. It leads you to the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. Is he sharing? Yes, it is sharing. All you have to do, everybody, is to scroll to the bottom, and there it is. Muhammad speaks, September 11, 1964. We have who? Someone that cites a 20-year association with Messenger of Allah. That is Elijah Muhammad. That dude was associated with Elijah Muhammad for 20 years, and he's a minister who goes by the name of Isaiah Kareem. And he's from Bimor, just like Ching Ching and Nejaneb. Now, it says MD. I don't know what MD stands for. I don't know if it's medical doctor or whatever that is. But no. That would be the state of Baltimore. What is the state of Baltimore?
Maryland.
There, thank you, Maryland.
Mhm.
Now, what did he say here? This minister of the Nation of Islam, in the own newspaper of the Nation of Islam, he wrote, and those two prostitutes who accuse the messenger of getting babies should hang their heads in shame for the rest of their lives for putting out such lies on the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. All right. Now, he even said that Elijah Muhammad, the messenger, has been ill for the last 2 or 3 years, sometimes too weak to get out of bed, and yet they accuse him. Now, Elijah Muhammad himself, what did he say? Talking about Malcolm X, that, yeah, that night he told Jerry Williams that he was doing everything he could and was trying to bring me into court and make me say that I was the father of Lucille and Evelyn's children. So he obviously denied that he was the father of those children. But 28 years later, Farrakhan came up with his stage lie, well-organized stage lie, and you bought it, Brother Afro-Asiatic. How do you go from prostitute to wife? Please feel free to explain it. Imhotep 360, you have the floor, brother.
Hotep, brother Shaka. Yeah, Hotep
Hotep.
to you and the panel and the chat. My
Hotep,
brother
bro. Hotep.
Young Heru V Bennett. I'm always watching you guys. Sometimes I'm busy at work, but I'm always checking in and listening to the conversation. And I must say, I appreciate you guys 100%. So I was actually, looking at the video with Sekou, right? Because I just took a little peek and I heard Chaka was asking for a timestamp. I could refer you to like 2 hours and 40 minutes, Chaka. I think right there is a reflection of the xenophobia that
Yeah,
Reggie espouses, and his partner in crime, Ankh, espouses. And I found it very weird that Sekou would actually engage these guys, because based on my observation, they hate Sekou. So I'm trying to think like what has
mhm.
changed in Sekou's mind, what he thought changed when he went on that panel to have a dialogue with those guys. Because
You
based on
know,
my observation, there's straight xenophobia towards him, and I think he's missing the point that people who are FBA, or the people who pushes the Black American exceptionalism philosophy, he needs to understand that he cannot change their mindset. So I was baffled, in the sense that he thought that he could sway these guys, or these guys are friends with him when they hate him with a passion.
you know. Yeah,
Sorry,
I
go ahead, young hero. Go
no,
ahead.
I was telling him like the movie where it had, or the cartoon where it had the angel on his right shoulder and the devil on the left,
That's
like the
right.
two. Yeah, so it sounds like that, Seiko, his angel is telling him get away from these people, they ain't no good. But then you got Sanetta, the devil, on his right shoulder, telling him, man, come on, we friends, man. They're gonna apologize, man. Da, 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 da. So that's what keeping him there. That I don't know what's his loyalty to this guy. You know what I mean? That's a lot of these people. So
But the
if
thing
it's
is,
because of a
yes.
platform, it's a shame.
But the thing is, though, young Harry, right? I remembered very well when they disrespected him. Aunt did it, and then Reggie did it, and Shaka was the one who stepped in and was defending Sekou, right?
Uh-huh. I know.
Shaka went in the trenches with those guys defending Sekou, and also pretty much highlighting their xenophobic stance,
Yeah.
even though they act as if they espouse this Pan-Africanist mindset or ideology. So Shaka was in the trenches with them on that one when they disrespected Sekou. Now, when all the disagreements started and people started showing their true colors, I never expected Sekou to take any side at all,
Me neither.
in
Yeah,
the
I'm
sense that he's
surprising.
going to align himself with a particular group and not to even, like, I don't see him on Shaka's platform from that time. You get what I'm saying? I don't see him, and I've never seen where him and Shaka had a falling out. The nearest disagreements was when Shaka pointed out Kwanzaa, and Shaka was highlighting it. That was way last year, right? I think it was last year, November or December, something like that. And
Yeah, I
him and
remember.
Shaka, they explained themselves and they kept it moving. So I didn't see any bad blood there. But when I see Sekou aligning himself with some people and not even talking to Shaka, or I don't see him on the platform anymore, I'm like, wow, did Sekou jump ship and choose a side? Because there's no need for him to take a side here. And if he's going to take a side, at least take the side of someone who stood up for you when people were trying to discredit, your position, or
Yep.
to try to say, oh, you're from Africa, you guys talk about Africa this, Africa that, but you run, come to Africa. People were even asking him if he was a refugee. That was so condescending because of the stereotypical interpretation that they give to Africans, especially in the Western world.
Hey,
Yep.
and thank
So
you for the
they
timestamp.
went
Yeah,
in
go
on
ahead. Go ahead.
terminologies and all that. They did that to Sekou.
Yeah,
All right.
I've been saying the same thing all the time. I've been saying these guys don't have no backbone, they don't stand up for themselves with all the knowledge. They so far away from reality, that they let people insult them and disrespect them, and like it's pathetic. What more can we say? And like you said, he need to have no reason to choose a side. But when you have a grown man and you have another grown man telling you what to do, that's what you see. That's why when Shaka stuck up for him, they even had to bring it to Shaka platform, just to try to
That's right.
explain themselves. That's how much the guy was backing you. And
That's
now
right.
you can, you ignoring and turning the blind eye like you don't see what's going on, and you not speaking to the man like a man. You don't have to
Yeah.
come in. Nobody not begging you to be on this show all the time, but like show some support, show some love. You know what I mean? Have discussions about
Yeah.
whatever. Like you're a grown man. How can you let another man tell you what to do, especially if you don't even research it for yourself? You ask for yourself. You talk to that
Yeah,
man.
I do found that very weird,
Yeah,
Heru, that he chose to pick a side. Like he could have stayed neutral and be like, listen, whatever the issue is with you and those guys, it's between you and them. I could understand his neutrality there, but when he took a side, that surprised me, because it's like you are taking the side of the people who were attacking you, or that group. Because, like, make no mistake, like Reggie and Unc, those guys, all of them are a close knit family. So if they don't like you, Sekou, and one other person respects you, don't think that you're part of the family. You are not.
yep.
You are not. Not because one person, Son Netter, might have you on his platform, and you're now a moderator or something like that. You have a range. That doesn't mean you're accepted by the rest of the family. It's very tribal. It's cutthroat.
Especially,
These guys are
yeah.
cutthroat, and they never liked him. They never liked
Exactly. I'm
Sekou
about to
because
say, especially when this guy show you you are only welcome because he feel like you beneficial to him in some way, because you have some
exactly
kind of knowledge, and when you speak, people listen. So the only reason you are not part of the family because they're only using you for what they could benefit off you. So if you don't realize that as a grown man with all this knowledge, you should understand and realize human behavior. So like I
yeah,
said,
and yeah, and I think Sekou needs to understand, like, his place on the chessboard as well. You get what I'm saying? Because the reality is that these guys, they don't like you, and the thing is that whenever there's a conversation that is brought up that talks about Pan-Africanism or the Black liberation struggle, it becomes like a rivalry, a clash of ideas, because then Unc and Reggie, they want to expose that black, African American exceptionalism, and Sekou is arguing from a position of Pan Africanism, and that's where they bump heads.
mhm. And they so ignorant because they don't understand. They keep trying to put themselves above somebody or trying to act like they in the fight alone, when Sekou trying to show them that no matter if you're in Germany or Russia or the Caribbean or Africa, we all get treated the same way. We all get brutalized and not justified. We don't get treated right. So he's showing them that we all have to get into the fight together, because regardless of where
True,
you alone are not going to change anything. But
true.
they're so ignorant and that's another belief too. Just like a religion, that's another, everything is beliefs with these people. That's why they cannot see the big picture.
And the
They
thing
try.
is this, right? I don't think, I think that these guys, they are intimidated by Sekou when he stays in that lane, that Pan Africanism conversation. That's where he is stronger than them, because he studies the history and the geopolitical aspect of the African continent. These guys, no, they don't study the African continent. They have not studied the geopolitical aspect of it. They have not studied the history of the continent as it relates to the geopolitical structure of it. So when they're talking about, like, I heard Reggie, and I found that very disrespectful, because he was talking about Kwame Nkrumah. He was a Pan Africanist, yet he married a white woman or something like that. So pretty much it's the same thing I see them try to use against Sheikh Anta Diop as well. And I think it's very disrespectful, because you are trying to validate the person's work based on who they are with, you know, their personal life, who they married. And I think Kwame Nkrumah was one of the, you know, great, you know, Pan-Africanist leaders at the time when Africa was at a critical stage. Africa was trying to free herself from, you know, neo-imperialism, neo-colonialism during the period of the 1950s.
Mm-hmm.
And he is trying to belittle the achievements of Kwame Nkrumah by saying that, you know, oh, he married to a white woman. Like, what
Yeah,
does that have to do with the work that he put
yeah.
in?
They are human. These humans are the biggest hypocrites, and they always trying to be judgmental to people with, you know, in high, what had high positions and high places, and they are not even close to that. So when I hear these people speak, I just say show and prove, you know, because you couldn't walk in these people's footsteps,
Exactly.
and you behind a computer and a book reading, and then giving your opinion like it's truth or facts. And that's the thing with these humans, they don't get it. Like, you guys was never in this position, you probably would never be able to even step up to the challenge,
True.
because the way these men act, they wouldn't be able to withstand anything in reality as far as
Nah. True.
a man goes. Yeah,
True.
I mean, their
True.
behavior and their character speaks for itself, and men that had power or have position never act that way. So in
That is
saying
so
that,
true.
these guys are just speaking from ignorance and information, and everybody think their information is fact or truth, and
But the
that's why
thing is
we
this,
have it.
right?
Go ahead.
These guys, sorry to cut your wisdom, but these guys are pretty much like, you know, they're reading some books about Africa and this and that, but they don't have a clue. Truth be told, you ask them to tell you 25 African countries or 27, they can't even tell you on the spot. They have to Google it or research it. But they act as if like they, you know, they know more about the African continent than even the brother Sekou, where they want to belittle his point to say Pan-Africanism. Oh, you know, don't talk about those Pan-African leaders in Africa. You know, why didn't they fight against, you know, the slave master and all that stuff? Those are the little talking points that they use to try to deflect from the substance of his arguments. But to see, you know, them trying to, you know, be stereotypical and be xenophobic towards him when he was just arguing his point, and they know for a fact that they could not challenge his point because he was presenting the facts. Because the things he was saying, he was even talking about like the leader of Liberia, you know, like a lot of them who were like, you know, compromised. Those guys were working on behalf of, you know, special
Yeah,
interests,
yeah,
and they went and they sabotaged, you know, the entire like Pan-African movement, so to
yeah. He
speak.
said CIA and FBI, and he
Exactly.
said
I just
since
didn't want to
the
say it out verbatim, but you
oh
know,
yeah, he
that's what
said
I
since
think.
the early 1900s. I was like, wow. So he just showing you like this whole Pan African thing. It been crippled from the beginning,
No,
and everything.
100%, 100%.
Yeah,
I've studied the
everything
history.
after is just a charade, you know.
Yes, I've studied the history, right? I've studied the history of the movement from the time of Garvey, from Marcus Garvey's time, right? From the 1950, 1920 there region. Because remember, Marcus Garvey, you know, he was very vocal about it. And that's where, you know, him and W.E.D. Du Bois bump heads. But when you're looking at the African liberation struggle on the continent after World War II, that is when the European powers got weakened. So they had to give up territories. As a matter of fact, the United States was anti-colonialism. They were never in agreement with the British and the French colonial policies in Africa, in the Middle East, in Southeast Asia. They were never in agreement with it. They were anti-colonial at first. It was really after World War II then
You
capitalism
know what,
started to
brother?
thrive.
Brother, see, what you're about to do is you're about to confuse these brothers and sisters out here that like to generalize
Word.
all of history and put, you know, they getting so confused. And I'm so glad you pointed this out, because that phenomenon can be found through are ongoing even up to this day, man. We keep going, brother. Just keep going. Keep going.
No, I mean, no problem, my brother Bennett. You can definitely
Important
add on.
distinction.
Yeah, it's so funny you say that because Sekou said that, and then Ong said the same thing he said, but then contradict himself and act like the Pan-African thing is real and they did so much. You know, you already said you agree with him that it was compromised since early 1900s, but then you saying that you guys did so much and blah 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 afterwards. So I don't get his logic with that.
Let me just please say this. We have a libertarian prince who wrote wrong. Dr. Titus Kennedy found evidence for the Exodus from Egyptians that wrote about it on papyrus. Please show and prove. You can remain in the chat or you can get on the panel. That sounds amusing. I'm
That's
giving you
right.
an option to get out of this mess. You can say I was joking or I heard somebody said that. But
That's right.
you sound like Tazariak when we had the weigh in. Right at the beginning, he said there's attestation of Moses and Miriam in the hieroglyphic. Later on, he even said in the Hebrew. So I said, can you show and prove? Can you show that? He didn't show Jack. And that's when Sadetta saw that he was, his homie needed help and he interjected. And basically, I was just debating two people, Scam Cheddar and Tazariak at the same time. So don't even do this to yourself, otherwise, please let us know. If we had some evidence of the Exodus, the whole world would know it, man. You know what I'm saying? It sounds so
100%.
amusing to me. But please, just enlighten us. We learn every day. Maybe they found that stuff yesterday or 2 days ago, and I'm not aware. So please just show and prove. You know what I'm saying? That sounds funny to me, though.
I
But
mean, I'm pretty sure, Shaka, just to add to what you said, the University of Tel Aviv would have definitely supported this because they
yes,
have been the one, they are state funded and they are the ones who are still digging, trying to find something, and they have said it never happened. They are the ones who said it, and they are the most important people in the context of this conversation because they would like to prove that the most, even more than these Hebrew Israelites. They would love to prove that it occurred. And they
Exactly.
can't.
yeah. And a lot of time I talked about the arrogance of ignorance. And I mean ignorance in the etymological sense, meaning not knowing,
Yes.
Now that guy wrote that stuff, he says that, I was wrong with what I said, because I'm saying there's no there's no documentation that proves or that is evidence for the Exodus story, Exodus narrative being historical, happening in history or happening period. And he says wrong, fine. And he gave the name of a person. He said that the person found evidence for the Exodus from the Egyptians that wrote about it on papyrus. You know what I'm saying? Fine. Then he wrote, these Kemet guys wish Spider-Man was their God's boyfriend and Peter Parker, and he put those emojis. So he's making fun of us, but he's the one who made that extraordinary claim that all the historians in the world never told us about. You know what I'm saying? But he's telling us about it. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna see who's gonna have the last laugh. Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
you know when they have nothing, when they resort to ad hominem and deflective tactics, they have nothing. They just want to make statements and it feels good to hear them say it. And then we must accept it as, a fact.
Yeah, that was just pure ignorance.
No, but we're waiting. He's gonna enlighten us, man. It's gonna be funny, it's gonna be funny. But you know what? Are you guys ready to listen to Sekou and his friends and his allies?
I
Let's say his
didn't even
allies.
know time spent because it had so much of them. But when they talk, they just talk and talk till Sekou try to talk again, and it was the same thing over and over.
Let's see. So 2 hours and 40 minutes.
It's 2023, bro. You what you're saying is the reason they're not helping us in America is because the CIA put them in there. Like, come on, yo. Like, man, we not even buying. Listen. And all that. Listen, I understand struggle. I understand bits and pieces of how things are put together. But are you serious right now?
No.
Listen, The real issue is Sekou. This is the real issue. And I think we ought to address the elephant in the room. Let's address the elephant in the room. When you say Africa, you act like it's really Africa. When in reality, it's Ghana, it's Kenya, it's South Africa, it's different city states, bro. You cannot get us with that no more. Them days is long gone, bro. The reality is, each group that owns land and have government have reasons for survivability, bro. And they take care of themselves first, and then they move out and help each other. The reality is, they gotta help themselves first. I'm not supposing that African countries are gonna come over here and change what we're doing. That ain't even reasonable. That's not reasonable. I'm just saying.
Thanks to Dudley Williams' statement, I remember one thing that I wanted to address. Brother Imhotep 360 mentioned that Reggie said that Kwame Nkrumah was with a white woman, which is true. I think she was of like a Berber descent or Algerian, but he was with a non-black woman, a non-black wife. But Reggie is a punk butler and a sucker because when we talked about Malcolm X's murder, Reggie was on some biatch tip, making excuses. So when it's your family member that's being killed by a group, you're not going to make excuses for it. But when it's one of the greatest leaders that we had, that biatch Reggie is making excuses, just like he made excuses for Karenga torturing black women and possibly raping them. Because if we listen to what Dale Jones said, right? What did Dale Jones say?
We haven't brought closure to Karenga. We let him build a holiday. The same one who set up Black Panthers in ambushes at UCLA and other places. The same one who tortured his wife and another woman brutally, sticking bottles in their vagina, using electrical shocks, and the FBI saved him.
So just to prove that Reggie is a punk butler, one of Farrakhan's sons that is part of his security. You have Mustafa, which is probably the tallest. I think he's a supreme captain. And then we have the other guy. I don't even know the dude's name. Now, I knew that thanks to Len Shabazz. The guy somehow went to rehab and made a white woman over there. He married her. They have a child together, at least one child together. I'm not concerned about his personal life, but we're talking about the son of Farrakhan, who is the leader of the Nation of Islam. And the Nation of Islam has been teaching that the white man is a devil. Kwame Nkrumah did not teach that the white man is a devil. So if there's a rule amongst Pan-Africans that you should not marry outside of your race, then let us know. But what's Reggie's stance, that punk butler, when it comes to a member of the Nation of Islam, the son of the leader that marries a white woman? Reggie is a biatch with some weak-ass talking points. And Punk Sanetta also is a biatch, by the way. But let's continue with that stuff. That was just for the record. They like to pick easy targets. You know what I'm saying? That's what they like to do. And remember, when I played Farrakhan's speech, which is only 3 minutes long, Sanetta, couldn't even take it. He did not even, halfway through, he just basically stopped me, No.
And you real lofty right there. That's the point I'm making. And then you say, well, they're not helping us because of the CIA. Okay, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay. But go ahead. Y'all, somebody else want to speak? I want to make it, I want to conversate, but I feel y'all struggled up. I do. Like, I get it.
I hear both perspectives for real. I think Sekou.
I really want to focus on what Ankh and Reggie say. The other people,
Okay.
I don't even know them, and
He just say the geopolitical
ever since I asked Pan-African James, to name some Pan-African organization, and he said that there's
There's no Muslim Pan-African, there's no Christian Pan-African, no Jewish Bozola Pan-African. I told him, where'd you get that from? He never been back on a panel, but it's okay. I'm mad at him.
Americans, the Africans, I mean, because when you try to speak the focus here, start.
I'm appreciating the conversation at the highest levels. I'm just saying, you putting that shit in a bag and you shaking it all up. Sekou is skilled at shaking it all together. It's like the pseudo to match all the religions together, yo, and shake it up in a bag. That's not really how the conversation is supposed to go at the highest level. There are African governments that are responsible for their people first.
I'm sorry, but we have a request. So I must deliver. Here, Moribontus wrote, Shaka, can you tell me one of the video with Louis Farrakhan saying black people hair was straight? Of course. Now, every time you hear me saying it's in the description of this video, and that's what it means. Now, here, that's the current live stream.
Producers.
Then, description. You click on more. What do you have? After my Cash App and PayPal, you have Kemet and Ma'at, you have Prophet Muhammad's color according to Islamic sources, you have deception of Asiatic black men, white Semites black working in, and Shabazz malediction. That's the one. So I'm going to share the link in the chat, and because it's only 3 minutes long, and because on top of that, I talked about Punk Biach Sanecha, who wouldn't let me play it, then, we're going to hear to what Saneda is scared of playing to the people. And then we're going to go back to Ankh, new and improved pacified Ankh. So here you have the link in the chat, so you can share it with everybody. They don't want people to know about this. You know what I'm saying? But, it doesn't matter what they want. Sharing is caring. Now, let's hear the doctrine of the Nation of Islam that Saneda agrees with. Saneda has yet to criticize that, but we know he's a biatch.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair, because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you're so busy frying it. That's why you're so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight. Yes, sir. Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion.
I challenge anybody to ask Scam Cheddar, what do you think about that speech? Are you in support of that speech, or are you not in support? Do you support that speech, or do you condemn that speech? Do the test. Now, it doesn't look like, oh, he says thanks. You know, I like that. Oh, thank you, Daniel Williams, for the super chat, super sticker. Now, I don't think that the guy with the claim that attestation is here, but well, it's not there yet. You know, this is South Africa to be telling we black people this foolishness. Okay, so we can go back to the Sekou stuff. Okay, let's go back to the Sekou stuff. Now, they're not here.
Responsible for securing resources. They are responsible for their army and their safety and everything in between first. So we're not going to sit and act like that their first responsibility is to African Americans who've been gone for 500 years, bro. It's over with. We gone. There's nothing they could do about it. I'm not the guy that said he didn't send the boat. Hell, they wouldn't have known where the hell they was going at any damn way. I'm the guy that say, yo, wait a minute, bro. If we're really going to talk about politics, then let's talk about politics. Let's not play this pseudo mixing it all together game and wooge people. I'm saying I'm not.
You know, a lot of time Onk talks, but he doesn't even really know what point he's gonna make. He just want to talk, you know what I'm saying? But you know, it's okay. Yeah.
True. And that was very condescending what he said.
Yeah, but you know, I'm not surprised. He feels like because he's older than Sekou, he knows better than Sekou, you know what I'm saying? Punk Butler Reggie is the same as well, you know.
Yeah, they like to use that term pseudo, but
yeah,
they the most pseudo because they be just one thing about Reggie too. He like to play that game, that sauce game, but they be pulling out sauces from everywhere and acting like it's accurate or it's factual, you know, and that's the most pseudo thing of all because they act like any sauce they pull, it's truth.
But what
And
they
these
do as
sauces
well,
just coming up. Yeah, go ahead.
what they do as well, Heru, is to use the word pseudo to also gaslight and, you know, to deflect, you know, to change the narrative and take the conversation on a different path. So it's a very strategic word for them as well. It's a way to try to dismiss, you know, what you're saying because the audience is so, you know, infatuated with that word because they regurgitate it so much. Pseudo, you're pseudo. And they never correct him. They never prove Sekou wrong in what he said a while ago. So how you saying he's pseudo and he's just putting everything in a bag and shaking it up and all that stuff, and you never repudiate nothing that Sekou said? Nothing.
Yeah, a lot of time people will do that. They will say that pseudo, and they will not refute. You know, they will not say why is pseudo. But you know, I mean, you know, it's like it's sad to see ongoing out like that. You know, but hey, you know, it is what it is, man.
To hear that because I know better. I'm simply saying that African nations came to America and got billions of dollars. We're gonna act like that didn't happen. Right? I could get slick and say, yo, did they drop off a couple $100 million to the black community? No, and they wasn't supposed to, bro. They were supposed to take that money and take it back to their land and fix their problems, bro. Like
Another
that's
weak
common
talking
sense,
point.
man. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Somebody else want to get in? You know what I know.
How much
That's so
hundreds of
ignorant.
million? Yeah, how much hundreds of million Africans American make? Do they go to Africa and bring it over there? So why would you even make that kind of statement?
No, but he's saying that.
Weak talking points.
Yes, he's saying that the African leaders, right, are getting money from America, right, to help Africa, right? But the reality is that American corporations are like making all the money in Africa. Most of the African countries, which currency is their standard international reserve? The US dollar, right? Most African countries, where is their money being kept? Their gold reserve. Where is it being kept? In European banks, in the American banks, or in the British banks, or the French banks, their national reserve or whatever,
Yeah,
the
and it's
Federal
a
Reserve or whatever. That's
yeah,
where the African gold is kept, and you realize a lot of African countries, they have to use the US dollar as their reserve currency. That's a big shift. France
and
does the same thing too with their currency,
yeah,
and
and
Britain does the same thing too.
America use a lot of African resources, so it's a hand wash a hand thing. Don't think it's
It's
just
not even that. It's crumbs. It's crumbs. They throw out crumbs to Africa. That's the reality. It's
Exactly.
crumbs. There's so much of Africa's resources leaving the continent that not even
exactly.
the government is tracking it. There's so much.
And you know
And
what?
America, yeah, go ahead, we bet it.
And you know, well, first, you know, Unc is the person that said that Sarnetta is a charlatan promoter. Secondly, Unc is a
Oh,
pseudo in terms of
hold on, we bet it. Did Ong
Geo.
really say
Yeah.
that? Did he really say that?
Be better. Why you keep taking shock on that road,
That
man?
was his. No. We're gonna stick on the path. We're gonna stick on the path. But I mean,
Did he really say that?
he's describing himself. He's a charlatan right here.
Of course.
I mean,
Hold on. They're gonna say you're slandering, brother. Hold on. Let's check it. Let's check it.
I want your audience to hear that there's something called scientific literacy that will protect the Black women from the charlatans, okay, that get them. Y'all think y'all talked about it on the last broadcast. Y'all kind of talked about how women support these men. Well,
I'm
they
sorry,
only
the
support
same charlatans
men.
that you roll with, those charlatans, you coming on my platform
Oh,
to
Charlotte's
tell
not a charlatan.
women
Charlotte's not a
they
charlatan.
can be protected from the same charlatans you roll with.
No, Shanetta is not a charlatan. He's a charlatan promoter, and everybody know.
exactly.
Yep. He said it.
Now he said it, and then secondly, you know, Unc is he what's is that something in the background? Yeah, Unc, he doesn't really. This is not his field of expertise. He has not put 2 cents into really studying the economics of neocolonialism, the U.S., or even the current state of African nations. He doesn't know what these African leaders are planning or doing or anything. He just doesn't. You know, and the fact that he would sit there and try to discuss it like he has put more than 2 seconds into it should be insulting to everybody. There are experts that have assistants even that could speak on this matter better than Unc. There are college students that study this specifically, that write papers on this matter better than Unc would ever. You know, Unc doesn't even read that stuff, man. It's
True.
ridiculous, you know. So he shouldn't even be commenting on it. But the worst part about it is that he's every word of what he is uttering is complete and utter ignorance and xenophobia. It's just designed to create division between Africans in the diaspora and Africans in the continent. And it's sick. It just have to stop, man. And he can't continue to say it's an accident what he's doing. You know, he either is incredibly dumb and ignorant, or I think it's just dumb and ignorant. I don't think he has the brain to be that evil, to be honest. I don't think so.
Yes.
It is xenophobia, and you know, people should look up how much money, America has given to the state of Israel, and him saying that, you know, people in Africa don't send money to America is another way of saying, um, 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 and he's like, you know, they have the right to whatever. This is a common thing. Like, for example, the Moorish guy who lied on his passport, I have him on tape saying, you know, you saying you got all this love for Africa, but Africans sold us. Those was business deal. They never gave a F about us. They did not even send an empty canoe for us to row ourselves back. So basically, you know, some people expect that people from the continent should be like Superman and fly to America and do whatever, Wakanda type of thing. You know what I'm saying? The end of Wakanda. I mean, this is basically to say they don't like us, they're not helping us, as if they're in a position to help African Americans where they are barely in a situation to help themselves. So I lament statement like that. You know what I'm saying? But um, this is really like the 5% type of talk, even though they will claim that they are from West Africa because they're gonna bang on Kemetic people saying they have nothing to do with East Africa. But Imhotep 360, I think you wanted to add on.
No, I was just gonna say that up until like 1950, the only African country that they could say was free was pretty much Ethiopia. I mean, everywhere else, the colonialists had their grip, even after World War II when they were defeated. I mean, during World War II, they took millions of African men to Europe to fight. They did all of that. So I'm just saying, like, we as Africans, our problem is, though, Shaka, sometimes the desire to fight is when they say we should fight. Because during World War II, a lot of Africans would join, the British regiments and all that. The same thing in the Caribbean too. In Jamaica, a lot of Jamaicans went and fought for Britain because Britain was the colonial ruler of Jamaica. The same thing they all did. The French did it. The British did it. The Germans did it in Namibia as well too. They all did it. And that's why during World War II, they were all fighting over Africa as well. The most strategic location was North Africa at the time. So they were fighting over North Africa, that region. They were fighting over it because they know that whoever controls that region controls the waterways and the supplies of the oil and all that stuff. So they were fighting over there. So there were no African countries that had any freedom at all. It's after World War II when they became weaker and weaker because the war drained their resources. Britain was bankrupt after World War II, but she still held on to so many countries all over the world, and she was bankrupt after World War II. So it just goes to show now when Ankh is gonna make it look as if like, oh, these African leaders are responsible for only, Africa. These leaders were inspired by Pan-Africanism though. They were inspired by that. They were inspired by Marcus Garvey and all the other, Pan-Africanists. Because the African liberation struggle was based on Pan-Africanism.
They're no different than us. They went
exactly. Exactly. It was the same philosophy, same ideology.
Yeah, and Kwame Nkrumah, as an example, he became the president of Ghana. Now, we haven't heard from that guy with his, evidence for the Exodus. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a reminder. You know what I'm saying? In case you forgot. You know what I'm saying? But if anybody else knows about evidence for the Exodus, then feel free to share us. I mean, we have 1 billion Christians / Catholics, so I think it should be easy to have these attestations. I'm just saying. Let's continue here.
I'm just a dumb guy.
I got something to say.
Sekou wanted to say something. Sekou's actually guest today.
Sekou, I've been wanting to say this since I came in here. And Reggie, I think.
No, don't put us two together. Give me mine. Okay. All right, I want to take my wrong. Do not mistakes, and if I make a mistake, I'm gonna say I make a mistake. When I say something slick out my mouth, I'm gonna take that too, and I be meaning that shit. All right, so don't mix me up with Reggie and he mixing up it and say, no, give me mine. Go ahead, brother.
All right, tell me if I'm wrong. And this is the debate. Yo, it's my one side from
Wait, don't talk me to death. Hold on. I was waiting on you, my nigga, Skinny Head TV. Now they all see it. We got 367,000 people heard you say it. Now you know what I.
Just for the record, Ong said that there was 367. Hold on, how many?
Hold on. Yeah, I don't know where you got that number from.
Nigga, Skinny Head TV. Now they all see it. We got 367,000 people heard you say it.
I don't know where he got 367,000, but I noticed sometimes people say the numbers and they are 1,000, but I think he was probably 360 7 people watching, which is far from the usual, far from the usual 1,000 people that they used to have watching. Sometimes 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, 1,300. So the numbers, like we have seen, are decreasing a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Now you
he
said
actually meant that because he
All
says it
right.
all the time.
Yeah, there it is. You know. Hold on. This brother here, I don't even know if it's a brother, but
Yeah, you got a lot of
uh,
people in the chat, so I ain't even paying them attention.
yeah, Charles wrote, "Black Africa is a sunk sinking ship. Anyone there with good sense knows to get the F out of there." Well, yeah, if that's how you feel, then that's how you feel. But there was a documentary that I haven't seen, but several of my colleagues told me about it, and we can see Portuguese people queuing at the embassy of Angola to go over there and work there and live there because life is way better there. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
The land
And
itself is
yep.
rich, but the people don't get to profit from the natural resources of the land. So you can feel that way if you want. It is what it is. I ain't gonna try to change you. You know what I'm saying? But there's many places in America, not just in the ghetto and the hood only, where you have a lot of shootouts, broad daylight, people can catch stray bullets. But when people go to school,
Yeah.
they end up dead. That's happening on a very regular basis. Now, besides school, you can just drive, or, go by your business, and there's some police officers going to stop you. Next thing you know, you catch several bullets, or you get beat up and you end up in jail. And so, it's a matter of perspective. So if you feel that way, more power to you.
You know what I say? What I say is, yo, you know what I'm saying? Represent the change you want to see in the world. So you have identified that we actually have a problem, right? You've identified that, bro. Now I'm charging you to fix the problem you claim you see. Appreciate you, brother. This brother gonna be there volunteering this time, helping us out, right? Appreciate you, bro. I got you. Hey, say cool. So that's a good space to segue, right? To the whole spirituality piece and what you're saying. Because that's what I really want to get into. I heard what you said. You said my lack of spirituality gets in my way. I like that. But this is about Sekou today. I want to give Sekou his propers. Go ahead, Sekou. So what about the spirituality and what now?
Yeah, I will make a quick statement on the last topic before I move to spirituality.
Okay, bro.
The issue of Africa, first of all, I want to correct what Reggie said, that Kwame Nkrumah did not marry an African. First of all, the first lady Kwame Nkrumah proposed to marry was a South African lady, and the lady turned him down. She refused to marry him, and it's recorded, I think her name is Simone or so. Then a lady was given to him by the president of Egypt, who proposed him to marry an Egyptian woman, and he married an Egyptian woman. So Kwame Nkrumah.
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars, wasting tons of time on troubleshooting with attendees?
To say he did not, but then the Egyptians at the time, the context of African Union were considered African. So Kwame Nkrumah, understanding of Pan-Africanism at the time, it was the continental Pan-Africanism. And he saw Egypt as African. So that's all about. So what I'm trying to say is we need to be allies, whether we like it or not. The United States that you guys identify with, which is not a bad thing because you contributed for the development of that country. But America identifies as a Western civilization. So even if all of us here that know history, once you say Western civilization already, all of you sitting on this panel and we are excluded culturally. We are excluded because when someone says Western civilization, the countries that are named are all white countries. And because the idea of Europe is the Greco-Roman civilization is what they are tapping into as their classical civilization. America identifies as Western civilization, and Canada and all European countries, including Australia. So it's not a geographical thing. For them, it's a cultural thing. You do not identify in Western civilization, whether you put yourself in it, whether you lay yourself in it, whether you sneak into it. At some point, they're going to tell you you have nothing to do with Western civilization. So culturally, historically, you do not connect. But politically now you connect because there is something called citizenship. But all we do know is that countries' borders are shifted every century. Something going to change. There was no Ghana before 1957. There was no Cote d'Ivoire before 19. All the African countries you mentioned were just colonies, were just European colonies that decided to just take flags and call them countries. So there is a need for us to think of our existence in the next 500 years, in the next 1,000 years. Are we going to be called Americans? There will still be a definition. Our blackness and our history and our culture has to define us. So this is where we need to be thinking beyond the European paradigm, be thinking beyond the boundaries they've created for us. So that's why we say Pan-Africanism has to be redefined, but it should not be thrown in the garbage because our destiny is intertwined, whether we like it or not. Now I move to spirituality.
Wait, no, stop. Okay, so, Sekou, you have your opinions, right? I like to see at some point it's source up or shut up, right? So I'm going to add to the stream. I'm going to add to the stream what Dr. John Henry Clark said. Why have we had so little discussion on the 6th Pan-African Conference, and why?
I noticed when Onk was talking, he didn't say so stop or shut up, but let's continue.
Exactly.
It was the least successful of all the Pan-African Congresses. This was the first Pan-African Congress that met on African soil. They met in a free African state with the sanctions of the head of that state, President Julius Nyerere. The ingredients for success had been assembled. Too many different political groups pulling in different directions killed the possibility and literally reduced this Congress to shambles. We need to study this Congress so that the catastrophe can never happen again. Now, once we get at the bottom of the reason for the failure of this Congress, we find that this in part
That's why he's been doing the whole show to
in leadership, and that the crisis in communication between Africa.
In this case, I'm going to fast forward a little bit, but I just want to say, John Henry Clark is on record, is on tape, saying that he went to Ghana. He actually met with Kwame Nkrumah at one point, and he told him where he was living. And Kwame Nkrumah laughed and he said, "You must really love Africa." You know what I'm saying? But feel free to add on, brothers. I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
I mean, I don't get what his point was, because I mean, he didn't. Where did he said he started at the first conference? At the first conference, is that where he said he started?
No. The fact that he mentioned Nehru, right? Nehru at the time was the Prime Minister of India.
Okay.
Yes, so I think he was right. He was actually right after Gandhi, but they were actually against imperialism, because that's when it's after like World War II. That's when neo-imperialism started to dominate, because it was like neo-colonialism, but they transformed it so it was more like military alliances. The African countries, you'll get your independence. However, you will use the French franc as your, national reserve currency. It will be circulated throughout the African, former African colonies. Those are the terms and conditions that a lot of these African leaders, even in the French African territories, signed up for. The British did the same thing too. The British did the same thing in Uganda too. They were doing a lot too. They were actually very involved in Uganda, because Uganda was one of the most strategic African countries, because it actually borders with Sudan. And Sudan at the time was aligned with Egypt. So it was very strategic because of Israel. So they had a rivalry between Egypt and Israel, because during that time, the father of, he was called the father of the liberation struggles. He was called Al-Nasser. Al-Nasser was very, very popular in the Middle East and also in Africa. He was the one that Kwame Nkrumah formed the alliance with, because he was the leader of Egypt, and Egypt was like one of the most influential countries in the world at that time, in the African continent and the Middle East region.
Right, but I was just wondering, what year did he say this was? Because it's just.
I didn't hear the year, but the fact that he said Nehru would be like 1949, 1952, you know, that region, like a 5-year
Okay,
span, like
okay.
1949 to 1954, within that region. Because the
Okay.
fact that he mentioned Nehru, yeah, he was the prime minister of
Well,
India at the time.
he's like, you know, the other thing that that just came out to me is that he's talking about Pan-Africanism as if it lives in a book, you know, and I don't know if he's ever met any heads of states or people that work for government African nations because
That's right.
there's plenty of them, but
true.
But they tend to be very active trying to find ways to get neo-colonialism off their backs out of Africa. You know, they really are discussing a renaissance. It's not a joke. So when I see him go to this book, it's like, man, is that what you got? This
Yeah,
old ass
that's
book
right.
to
Yeah.
talk about
Yeah.
Pan-Africanism? Because they talking
Mm-hmm.
about it today, brother, right now.
Nehru, yes, that's
In the
right. They're talking
chamber.
about, yeah, that's right. And he
Goodness.
went for Nehru as a reference. That was like 50, 60 years ago.
It's just me. Hey, brother, by the way, where are you from? I just, because you almost sounded for a second, your accent sounds like it's Virgin Islands.
No, I'm actually from Jamaica. Remember when Shaka
I'm
was
sorry,
talking to
brother.
that lady?
Oh,
And the lady
okay.
said, where you from? You sound like you Jamaican. I was like,
I'm
what?
sorry, bro.
Why is she even saying that?
Right.
Yeah,
Okay, I
yeah.
got you
So
straight
yeah,
now,
so
man.
yeah,
Thank
I'm a Jamaican, but you know, I really appreciate what you guys have been doing, because I've been observing this space for a little bit. You get what I'm saying? And you know,
Oh, you
I
too,
like the
brother. You're welcome,
content
man.
and the conversation, but I've also seen where, you know, like people are not practicing ma'at, you know, or the principles of it. Because, you know, I think we can all disagree sometimes, but sometimes it just gets nasty. It's like I think they brought a lot of the street into the YouTube, and that's where it's messed up. That's where the problem is. You know, it should be about scholarship and, you know, people having, you know, discussions and debates, and it's educational. But I think, you know, when they brought the street into it, you know, the street mentality, the street behavior, you know, that street philosophy, that hustler philosophy, I think that's where, you know, it really is messing up certain things. So I'm just an observer. You know, I appreciate the
I
content,
think,
appreciate the space and things like that.
oh man, your comments are wonderful, man, and I always appreciate your coming when you're coming on and the things you have to share, brother. Your insights are on point. You know, the other observation I had here is like, has it ever occurred to any of these brothers that Sekou might be a representation of what a lot of other African brothers and sisters think as well?
In the context of what? In the context of Pan-Africanism or what?
Well, just the the concept of Pan-Africanism and him being
Yes.
inspired by it. Like
Yes,
him just to sit down with them,
yes.
all these people, and like who obviously don't like him or don't have an appreciation for him. I mean, it just seems to me like they don't see that he could represent 100, well, let's say a couple other million people just like him.
Yeah,
Yes, yes, definitely.
I don't think they care, Bennett. I think they're just trying to prove their point, because that's what it's all about. And at the end of the day, these guys talking, but they're not trying to show and prove anything. So when you don't have to show and prove anything, you just trying to prove your point to win an argument. And he said, you know, about the knowledge and the information, but when your character is not righteous or stand up, no matter what you think you know or how much knowledge you have, it's worthless, if you ask me. So if like he said, they bring the streets into YouTube, so it's who bring the streets into YouTube? You see what I'm saying? So these guys'
Yes.
character speak for itself. So if that's their character, they shouldn't be the one on the front line having these kind of discussions, because if you're having these kind of discussions, you have to have some kind of morals and principle about yourself.
I mean, I just think that the entire approach towards Sekou, it was very combative. And I don't think, that was required at all, because it was a dialogue. But you can see the disdain and hatred. It's just something you see and you just cannot ignore it. You see it, because I've observed it with Jabari as well. You just see it, and the way they plan, because at one point in time, it was like 2-minute conversations, and Reggie took it over and spoke for like maybe 6-7 minutes, and Hank had to interject and said, Reggie, you've been talking for over 6 minutes, whatever, and he pushed back and said, it's my show. And it's like that was what it was too.
Yeah, you see, he up there smoking his cigar like he's some boss, but every 5 minutes he begging for
So
cash out.
yes. Yeah. I mean, at least, there was a point when him and Unc was having that conversation, when Reggie was saying it's my show, whatever, and then Unc was saying, well, slow it down or something like that, and he looked at his phone and he was like, yeah, because I only got 5 cash apps, so whatever. You get what I'm saying? Yes. And then if you listen, you will hear Unc actually shaded him by saying, come on, people, give him some cash app and make him be quiet. Give him $1 or whatever. And he was like, $1? He was like, $5, at least that's lunch. I'm showing you how he was even shading him.
Yeah.
It's right after. It's right here. It's right in this conversation.
Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna hear it then.
It's right
I
here.
want it. I want people to hear that.
Never be African Americans. Why they didn't spend 500 years?
No, go ahead, Bennett.
No, I was going to say the disdain, it's there. And I would imagine that if Sekou just flipped it around and just said something that they had just said, they would also cut him off and be like, no.
Yeah,
they would disagree with them no matter what he said.
Disagree. Yeah, because they know better.
Living and dying being African Americans. Like, come on, dude. Like, you act like we didn't accomplish nothing, right? You acting like W.E. Du Bois didn't play a leading role in the drafting of a letter at the first Pan-African Conference in the 1900s, bro. Like you said, you started in 1950, 50 years later, yo. So let me tell you about the African American, yo. I'm a proud black man in America, yo. I had great leaders lived and died here, bro. We participated in the space program. The women helped put dudes on the moon, bro. Walking computers, they called them human computers. I don't want to hear the westernized this, man. We know what our history is, and we know when to separate it at, bro. And we know when to combine it at. You act like I'm ashamed to combine my history in America, where I got ancestors that lived and died in America for America, yo. Come on, dude. We got people who lived and died and went to war, though. Sekou. Listen, bro. It's 500 years later. You're looking at a whole different animal, bro. We respect our comrades.
I'm gonna tell you something else, fam. A lot of these people, these black people who ain't from the US, y'all need to start speaking on our shit for real. Because a lot of y'all be out of pocket. Y'all love speaking on our stuff, but y'all don't hear us speaking on y'all thing. Y'all love coming over here, running your mouth about what's going on in the US, but you ain't helping. You like to talk down, or you like to try to press your ideologies, your traditions on us. Man, we dealing with a whole different animal over here.
We're dealing with a whole different animal over here. And what did Unc say?
Sekou. Listen, bro. It's 500 years later. You're looking at a whole different animal, bro. We respect our comrades in Africa. They got their own business in their own state. They got what they got. And we got what we got. At a certain point in time, right? We talk, we bring things, but don't try to tell me what I am. I'm not telling you what you are. I'm not telling you a Nile Valley African to hell with Nigeria. That's basically what you're doing. You're trying to say we westernized. What? Do you know what we added to America? What would this place be without us? So it's not just a westernized spot, right? The African Americans helped build this, did the labor, the whole 9 yards. Look at the science and innovation that we brought you to spot. So we proud to be that. And the fact that we not, that's called identity crisis, bro. We want to be cowboys and Indians. We want to be continental Africans, right? We want to be everything of what we truly are. See, sometimes, yo, when you're in a football game and you're going against the champions, yo, you got to be who you're going to be. You can't switch it. We're in the middle of the game now, bro.
What did he say?
That we brought you the spot. So we proud to be that. And the fact that we not, that's called identity crisis, bro. We want to be cowboys and Indians. We want to be continental Africans, right? We want to be everything of what we truly are.
Everything but what we truly are, and that's the
Exactly.
problem. You never hear Chinese people say, "Oh, no, I'm not Chinese. I'm Chinese
Never.
American. I'm not continental Chinese."
Nope.
You don't hear Italians say, "I'm not
Nope.
continental Italian." But that's the FBA talk. Some people
Yep.
are washed up, and they didn't get anything going on for themselves. They didn't get much knowledge, and now they're rolling with something that attracts them. And it's the FBA vibe, the FBA movement. But that FBA stuff ain't going nowhere because Tariq Nasheed, he told you about a museum, he got a storefront, and that's about it. He's gonna continue with his DVDs and his lectures, and then nothing's gonna pop off for real, man. They're gonna see that the hard way. Besides, we've seen his bodyguards. These bodyguards didn't look FBA, but that's just the beginning. People will see, man. If anybody
Yeah,
want to add
but
on,
just to
okay,
add,
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, Shaka, just to add to what you said earlier, right? In Ank's statement, he's saying that in that statement, he's denying that he's even continental African, which goes against the science that he espouses. Because no one in America today are saying that, oh, I am from Africa. They say their ancestors are from there. Anyone who is arguing from a Pan-African, perspective, they're going to say their ancestors are from there. They came on slave ships and stuff like that. That's the argument. So for him to try to say we are not continental Africans is you're dismissing the science that would contradict what you just said. But yet still you're every day talking about, oh, that's pseudo and we need to trust the science. And you're going to say that we are not continental Africans and stuff like that?
He's
because
crazy,
maybe y'all want to push that Moorish. Maybe he's going with some of that Moorish stuff. You get what I'm saying? To mix in the pot as well with that FBA because it's a melting pot. It is a melting pot. He's gonna dismiss that to say we are not continental Africans. That's what he's saying in a nutshell. What he just said.
He's saying, it sounds to me like he's saying, although my ancestors may have arrived in this country through slavery, one of the most horrible events in human history, I have no allegiance to those like me who share that with me and from the continent I was ripped from. I mean,
right.
Just that simple. And there's no other people on earth that think that way. I mean, people of less have had all types of hardship, and they seem to have formed a union. I mean, look at NATO. You know what I mean? These people have formed a union, and so I don't understand what he's really suggesting people do. It's like, I mean, don't get me wrong. On one hand, he already is a part of a union called NATO. I mean, Unc himself is a part of NATO, right?
Yes.
We all are, right? We pay taxes to it, right? Yet, when Africa is trying to reform itself and become more independent, more self-sustaining, he's trying to sever that lane, while other people are trying to get into it anyway. So it doesn't matter. It seems like he doesn't understand whether he likes it or not. The U.S. is coming to Africa. I mean, China's coming to Africa.
Yeah,
they are there already. They're there already.
And he's going to be a part of it. You know.
But remember, the French are in Africa too. They still hold on to their colonies economically.
Yeah, they have military bases, but let me please just say this, brothers and sisters. Yeah, okay, hold on, please, young girl, please hold that thought. Yeah, thank you. Now, Brother La wrote, it seems that y'all on this panel just to go against anything South Cheddar, Trackfield, and Butler Reggie, etc., and any other brothers from the U.S. But for your information, Brother La, see right now on the panel,
I'm from the U.S., man. What is he talking
there it
about?
is. You
I'm
know,
in the
Yeah,
US.
I'm in New
yeah.
Jersey. I'm in New
So
Jersey.
you know what I'm saying.
And Sarnetta is in New York. You know, I
So
go to New York sometimes, so I don't know what he's talking
Explain to
about.
him, Shaka, if he don't know.
yeah, and the majority of the people who support me are from the US. So I don't know. I mean, okay, I understand. You know, some people you appreciate them, you like them, they tell you some stuff, you're gonna believe them because you know them, you don't know me. But feel
Is
free to ask
Garfield
though. You
from
know
the
what I'm saying?
U.S.? Is Garfield
Well,
from the
he's not, but
U.S.?
he lives in New York, so
What
he's
is it?
cool. So
I don't
everything
get
that
what
Unc
he's saying
says
exactly.
to Sekou, you know, Unc doesn't tell that to Garfield. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, you know, how can you force somebody because of where he's from where he was born? But you know, Brother La, the reason why I am not cool with Scam Cheddar is because he invites scammers and rapists and pedophiles on a regular basis. For example, you have a whole organization called ICPK who have financially and most likely uh, more than financially, like emotionally and any other way supported someone convicted, found guilty of child molestation. This is a proof, and I'm going to play the whole thing.
Are you accused of molesting your wife's niece, who is your niece through marriage?
I have no recollection of that. You would have to inform me of what you're talking about. I have no recollection of that.
Okay, I will be able to one day. So I have my third question. Captain Cesario, do you have a homie that's in prison right now for child molestation that you support financially?
Yes.
So you heard it. And not only is the organization, but this is the guy who actually stated live on air. He's on tape saying that he did financially support his
Yeah.
homie, and that's a rapper King Tao from ICPK, went to prison for child molestation. There's another case.
Let's not forget the mighty Hebrew nigga, who you get constantly on your channel, who's on all the Hebrews channel. Don't forget the mighty Hebrew, the bald head nigga, been already incarcerated in prison for molesting a young child. He came home and they violated him again because the nigga was trying to fuck with another child.
And finally, Brother La, sorry, I didn't mean to do a wordplay. Brother La, this is only 59 seconds, and then Young Heru can take from where he left off. This is Scam Cheddar talking about Brother Polite saying that he robbed from women and children, but it didn't stop him from having the guy on his platform. How are you going to have a guy on the platform that you have accused yourself of robbing women and children?
I know you ain't talking about that girl, huh? The one that ran away from home, who snuck out the room and left her mother because her mother left you. You want me to tell the people why she left you, bitch? I'll tell them when you cut back. I'll tell them when you come back at me. I ain't gonna give up everything. Told you it'd be better to leave me the fuck alone. You're fucking with the wrong one, and you know I'm crazy enough to go the fuck in. I'm not scared of getting beat the fuck down. I'ma still go in, nigga. You better kill me, bitch. You better fucking kill me. Fuck is wrong with you? Ain't nobody scared of you, nigga. Ain't nobody in this world is more grimier, low life, scumbag as you. You done robbed from little babies, motherfucker. You done robbed from women and children, nigga. Fuck is wrong?
Young Heru, feel free, brother.
Yeah, I kind of lost my thought on the topic we were talking about.
Sorry,
but
brother.
I was going to tell you, it's the same weak points, talking points. Like, if anybody have something to say, they could come on the panel and talk to you like a man. That don't even, have nothing to do with them really. But I'm pretty sure they see what's going on and ain't got nothing to do with being from the US and all of that. All of us have families from all over. We all over, bro. Like, people need to stop getting this thing twisted. Americans, Black Africans is all over this world. Caribbean, Africa, everywhere, and vice versa. So, you know what I mean? So all that, like, let's stick with the information and what we talking about. It's child molesters, people that defend them, rapists, and etc. Scammers and people that treat people bad. And he knows these people character. So we don't even have to go there, you know what I mean? So that's it. Like I was telling you, like they just making you backtrack, Shaka. You don't even have to pay that no mind, man. If they
Oh,
have
you know, I
something to
don't
say,
mind. I
yeah,
don't
come on
mind
the
because
panel and talk to
you
you
see,
like a
yeah,
man.
and I've shared the link, and I'm glad you said that the people that treat others bad because now, I mean, brother Law, you have to hear this one. This is 1 minute long. Sanetta told a young brother called Tori to slit his wrist.
Yeah, he knows
And he was
already.
serious about it. And I'm gonna play it for the benefit of the court.
See how dumb this little nigga Tory is, y'all? He ain't, I told you, once you become myopic in a box, anything that people bring to you, you will not adhere to it. He showed you who wrote the New Testament. He showed you what he said about the New Testament. And this little nigga still up in here saying God said this and God said that. These niggas are just retarded, man. These little niggas are just retarded. He ain't go and look up what Shaka said. He didn't say, well, let me see if Shaka telling the truth and do me some research. This dumb, stupid little nigga comes back with God said this and yeah, and God put all nations together and made them different. Like, nigga, shut up already, man. Just shut up, nigga.
You know what?
Damn. Slit your wrist or something, nigga. Because you're poison to the youth, man. You already poison to the other youth that's coming up looking around you. You probably trying to teach your friends this shit. Nigga, slit your wrist already, nigga. Get it over with, nigga.
So now, brother Law.
So why the hell does he have all those people on his panel preaching that stuff to little kids like Tory?
No,
You know?
but not only that, V. Bennett, Tory suffers from depression, and they know it too. He suffers from depression, and he says it all the time on there. Yes.
Yeah. And he needs
he
somebody.
Does.
He needs some.
Anyone that follows that channel knows that Tory suffers from depression. He says it all the time. So for him to say that to the child, because I think Tory's like maybe 21, 22, he's a young kid. And for him to say that, knowing he knows Tory's situation mentally, they know that he suffers from depression. That's the reason why he even said that.
That's terrible, man.
So all I want to say before we let our new guest, Brother Raddy, speak, Brother La, I'm expecting you to confront Sanada about telling a young man to slit his wrist, and then feel free to, tell me the timestamp so I can see it. I would like my receipts by Monday. Now, Brother Raddy, feel free to speak.
Yes. Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me clear?
Loud and clear. You sound like you have an accent. You're not FBA.
No. Just this is my first time ever getting online. Really, this is my introduction to the panel. Peace, Hotep, all the good stuff and all that.
Peace, bro.
But yes,
hold on. 1 second, Reddy. I'm sorry. Brother Lai has joined us. Yeah. Can you please use a webcam? That's the requirement. Thank you very much. So, Brother Lai, you can go right after. Brother Raddy, feel free to speak.
Yes, I basically want to get to the point of Tory, basically. That's basically how I'm basically getting started to all this information. But things basically went downhill with Tory. That's how I saw it personally. I don't know how everybody else saw it until now. But yes, that's mostly how I want to basically get started in the conversation.
I'm sorry, just a minute, right? I just wanna ask you to correct me if what I said a while ago about Tory saying that he suffers from depression is incorrect. I stand corrected with that, so I'm asking if you can, either confirm or deny that, since you're familiar with that, because I am familiar with Tory saying he suffers from depression. He says that.
Well, if it's true or not, me personally, I don't feel he does. After he got knowledge up with the Hebrews and all that I don't see that as depression. I don't. Me personally, I don't.
Well, it could
Okay,
be
I get
somebody
you.
looking to fit in, get in where they fit in kind of thing. Some people always need a reputation or a family or a belief to, to walk straight somewhere.
But the thing is, family, right? When Sarnetta told him to slit his wrists, that was strategically said. That wasn't like coincidental, because he could have told him to do anything else. Because there are some conversations in the streets, you don't tell nobody to go slit their wrists unless you know that they're suffering from depression or they're suicidal or whatever.
Well,
That's how you
I
disrespect those
can't
type of
speak
people.
for him, but Sanetta have a loose mouth, so who knows?
He always
Tory
was like
did
that.
say he suffers from depression, though. He did say that.
Well, let's move to Brother La. He got on the panel, so let's hear from him. Welcome and feel free to speak, Brother La.
Peace. Peace to all the brothers on the panel, man.
Peace.
Hotep.
Yeah, peace.
Shalom. Shalom. For all the Muslims on your channel, Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The problem is this, and I'm gonna just get right to the point, man. Whether it be you, Sarnetta, or any of y'all brothers, at the end of the day, we all brothers, man. There has to come a medium where we can all coexist towards one purpose, is what's feeding knowledge towards everybody. You banging on this one banging on that one, and y'all banging about stuff that essentially is useless. At the end of the day, this is the internet. The same aspiration and same thought process of coof that it would take for you to go on the streets and grab a pistol and go to war with another man. Y'all not doing that on the internet. Y'all sitting there fighting and arguing on a keyboard and on a camera amongst each other.
Well, brother, let me ask you now. Are you saying it's wrong to go against rapists and child molesters?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
So what is your issue?
My issue is this. That being the case, if that man chooses to bring a person on this panel that he knows is a child molester or a rapist or whatever the case may be, he brings it on the panel, I have an issue or problem with that. In regard to a child molester and all these things, I don't know.
Did you tell that to Sarnetta?
It's not for me to tell him, because I don't know it for a guarantee for myself to be 100% accurate and to be truth. So for me to chastise another man, and I don't have no power or anything on another man's channel. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but my thing is this: like, you had an issue with some things that we say. You came to the panel and told us. So why don't you go on Sarnetta's panel? Because Sarnetta, out of his own mouth, said, I'm just trying to finish that sentence. Sarnetta said it out from his own mouth that the dude went to prison for molesting a young child. So my question is, why would you just tell Sarnetta, hey, how come you bring a guy who molested a young child? But feel free to speak.
Who are you speaking about in regards to, brother?
Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna play it for the record because maybe you did not get a chance to see it. Check this out. This is less than 30 seconds long. Yes, there it is.
Let's not forget the mighty Hebrew nigga, who you get constantly on your channel, who's on all the Hebrews channel. Don't forget the mighty Hebrew, the bald head nigga, been already incarcerated in prison for molesting a young child. He came home and they violated him again because the nigga was trying to fuck with another child.
Now, you know, brother.
Who is he talking about?
He's talking about the mighty Hebrew.
I don't even know who the mighty Hebrew is, brother. That's what I'm asking you.
The mighty Hebrew is somebody that comes on the Sarnetta's platform on a regular basis. And that's
you
after
probably know
Sarnetta
him
said
by
that
the other name. I can't remember his other name. Shah or something like that.
He may go by one of his aliases, but usually it's mighty Hebrew, you know. But maybe you don't know him, and that's fine. But for the record, he's a regular over there. And also we have ISUPK. For the record, I'm going to show you Tazariak. You heard of Captain Tazariak, have you?
Yes, I have.
All right. So here, for the record, I'm going to play the whole thing. It's just going to be a few seconds long.
Are you accused of molesting your wife's niece, who is your niece through marriage?
I have no recollection of that. You would have to inform me of what you're talking about. I have no recollection of that.
Okay, I will be able to one day. So I have my third question. Captain Cesario, do you have a homie that's in prison right now for child molestation that you support financially?
Yes.
So I've played the whole clip if people wanted to see it, but like you heard Tozayak said that he financially supported ISUPK member who went to prison for child molestation. And we know that Tozayak is a regular on that platform. So that's what I have issues with.
Okay, so let me get it clear. You have issues with Captain Cesario. You have issues with this other brother, which I don't know who he is.
The Mighty Hebrew, I have issues with Sanada inviting convicted rapists, people who were found guilty in a court of law for rape and child molestation. Like, it's all good. You understand? That's my issue, you know.
Okay.
I mean,
So with that,
you yourself, would you invite convicted rapists on your channel, for example?
No, I don't have a YouTube channel.
No, I'm saying, would you? I mean, I didn't ask.
I wouldn't even have a conversation with him.
Well, Saneda invites them and gives them all the respect in the world, and that's my issue.
Listen, my thing is this, and stuff for the law for me be speaking this way because of the month of Ramadan. But me being the person the way I was raised, I wouldn't even have a conversation for him. None of the above. If it was proven to be a fact, we all going on assumptions now. Do you have any evidence at all in any of this that you're saying?
Oh yes, I do. Well, first of all, it seems it seems like you don't really trust Saneda's own words, because that's the guy who you came to defend. But since you're asking me,
I'm not coming to defend Saneda at all.
Well,
I came here on my own. I came here on my own recognizance as a man, because I heard the other brother. Somebody came on and said that brother La, won't you come in the panel with something defining me as a chump or scared or something like that? And I'm a man just like all these brothers on the panel, brother. I'm a man just like all of y'all.
No, we're all men, but you know, you brought up Saneda. You had issue about us talking about Saneda, but I'm going to show you the paperwork.
I'm speaking about in regards to the conscious community, brother.
Come again, please.
I'm speaking about in regards for the conscious community, as well as yourself and other brothers that's here on that panel, putting forth truth.
I mean, hold on. If you
that's
want,
all I'm talking about.
I can show you the comment that you left, because you know, hold on, Brother La.
Yeah,
Brother La.
I know what I said, brother.
Yeah, but no, just so we get some clarity. It seems that all y'all on this panel just go against anything Saneda, Garfield, Reggie Mabry, etc., and any other brothers from the U.S. So the first name you brought in the picture was Saneda. But I'm gonna show you the court summary.
The reason why I said that is because primarily one thing, besides you, what other brother here on a panel essentially is here in the United States?
What do that got to do with it?
It has a lot to do with it, brother.
Hold on. Listen.
Go ahead, speak. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna let you speak.
How old are you? How old are you?
46.
Okay, I'm 52, brother.
I'll go after.
I'm 52. I'm from Washington, D.C., born and raised. I didn't leave the country until I was in my 30s. Okay? And I don't leave for long periods of time. I'm always in the U.S. You see what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with that. Have you ever lived out the country you talking about yourself as an African American?
Yes, I have.
Then you would know it doesn't make a difference. You would know that, brother. You would know that. Secondly, here's the thing. The issues we're talking about are not special to the U.S., brother. They are not special to the U.S. at all. New York is not unknown. It's not like it's a place nobody goes to. It's not the middle of nowhere. People are going to that city millions of people every single day. Okay?
I concur with you. Brother. Go ahead, brother.
The airplanes exist. The newspapers exist. The internet exists. What are you talking about, man? Yeah. It's not the 1950s. It's not the 1930s. We know what's going on in New York. One of my brothers right here in Copenhagen is from the Bronx. You see what I mean? Work downtown at the shelter as a bodyguard, brother. We're not stupid what we're saying. We're serious about what we're saying. Don't make assumptions about the people you're talking to. That's the worst thing you can actually do, man. And I'm gonna tell you, I like you, brother. I watch you a lot on that show. Nothing that I've ever said about that show got anything to do with you. I can see you a good-hearted brother. I can see that, and I can also see you're not a scumbag. You see, but when you sit on a panel with somebody who is constantly telling people like Tory, slit your wrist, or somebody else who's constantly telling another person that they can come on the panel when they actually are headed to court for what? Rape of a child? See, it's you who's making a mistake, brother. That's all we're saying. We're not saying that you are the main problem. We're trying to wake more brothers up like you and say you don't have to sit your black ass there. You can come over here with us. That's all we're saying. You see, it's not about are you in DC or are you in New York or are you in France? It's way past that. It's way past that, brother. Straight up. I mean, I'm gonna yield on that, but it's not. I don't have nothing against you, brother. I'm glad you came over here, but I don't want you to make a mistake about who I am. You see what I mean? I know exactly what I'm saying, and it ain't got nothing to do with me living in Europe. I'll be right over there, and they ain't gonna do a goddamn thing. You see what I'm saying? I walk myself in every country myself. Get in my way. I don't give a fuck who you are, an Arab. We walk through plenty of racist ass fucking Arabs over here. You think I give a fuck about them? You think you really think you know who you're dealing with? You don't. See, we don't. We can walk as men. Stop grouping up. We don't need to group up. If you see somebody standing next to you and they're a scumbag, they're a scumbag. That's all it is to it.
I concur with that 110%, brother. That's why I said in regards to these other brothers, for me to ostracize somebody or speak bad or ill intent on them without me seeing, as we say, quote unquote, seeing paperwork in regards to any endeavors of rape and things of this, and I don't know none of that.
Yeah, well, brother, I'm glad you came as well, because this is the paperwork here.
I'll
Sorry,
go
young
after
Heru.
Saka.
Yeah,
I'll go.
yeah. Thank you, young Heru. So, this is a court summary. You see, First Judicial District of Pennsylvania court summary. So we have the different analysis. Now, Mighty Hebrew said that Saneda lied on him. So I told Mighty Hebrew that he needs to press Saneda on that, because Saneda, Mighty Hebrew, going on his panel like he's so good. If somebody accuses you of molesting a young child, you're not going to go on his panel and say, hey, what's up? How you doing? You know what I'm saying? But anyway, these are the charges. Hold on. What's going on? Okay. So those are the charges. So we have rape, guilty. We have involuntary deviant sexual intercourse, guilty. We have aggravated innocent assault, guilty. We have statutory rape, guilty. We have innocent assault, guilty. And we have corrupting minor, guilty. So that is a paperwork, brother. Feel free to speak.
In regards to who's the brother, because I'm looking at it on my television now off of my phone, and I'm trying to see exactly who is this that you're speaking of regards.
This is a court summary of the Mighty Hebrew. That's why he went to prison for.
Mighty Hebrew. And that's what I'm really, to be honest with you, I don't even know who he is. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, he has a necklace, he has a turban, but despite his physical description or clothing,
He
he's a regular.
in Tanzania.
Yeah, he's
Just
living in Africa, but
just run the video, Shaka. He don't know who he is.
Well,
I don't know. I mean, because as the brother said, I'm on numerous occasions I have come on Garfield's channel as well as Sinetta's channel.
Well, actually, I'm glad you mentioned Garfield, because Garfield is the first one to actually state as a non as someone who was not anonymous and unidentified. Because I read people writing about saying that the guy did this thing to some children, but that was in writing and that was years ago. But when it's writing and it's in writing, I don't know. I'm not okay. That's anonymous and unidentified. But Garfield, and I can play. He first said this.
Since I've been a part of this conscious community, sexual misconduct has been condemned and vilified almost unanimously. We saw the rise and fall of Dr. York. We had Hebrew Israelite, the brother by the name of Mighty Hebrew. He was convicted, I think, twice for sexual behavior against minors. He was widely condemned by the Hebrew Israelite community, but apparently forgiven by the Israelites, because I see him all over the place right now on everybody's channel. Another brother by the name of Nazi Yashavel, another Israelite, also involved in sexual misconduct with a minor. We have no idea where this brother is, but he's been sheltered somewhere by an Israelite group.
And not only Garfield said that in defense, quote unquote, of Polite. That's when the Polite scandal happened. So that's why he made this video. You know what I'm saying? And he made a whole live stream showing different paperwork of Mighty Hebrew and basically saying that the guy was a rapist and so on. You know what I'm saying? Now he deleted he made the live stream private recently because now they're cool. But I just want to address that person here. Gourdin Crétin, who's probably a French speaker because this is French. He wrote, "So Shaka, why did you go to Sanetta channel if you, for your live, if you knew he was a pedo? Why?" Now, just for the record, it's important for people to know. When I went there, I did bring it up. The Sanetta didn't want to talk about it. The brother Mighty Hebrew, if I'm not mistaken, Garfield said that he was there was some sexual misconduct.
Nah, we don't want to talk about that.
I'm just saying what was stated publicly. Garfield said it publicly. You know what? So that's for okay. But just before I played that clip, the brother was off the panel. Maybe it's a connection. Maybe he decided to leave. But it's good that we have these conversations. People understand we're not slandering, we're not gossiping.
Oh, he left.
I don't know. Maybe it's a connection. But whether he left or it's a connection, what I'm saying, he got the information now. So next time he can, ask another, hey, what's up? I saw a clip of you. Yeah, feel free, Young Hill. Feel free.
No, I was going to respond to some of the things he said, because
feel free.
For one part, I understand where he's coming from as far as going back and forth and all that, because no grown man, especially when you study certain things, you don't want to waste your energy on no negative kind of, issues when you don't have to, because if you're striving for something more, you don't let these people that their character is below you, so you don't let it carry you down that drain as well. But I was just going to show him, for number one, we wasn't criticizing nobody or calling nobody names or making pictures and posters with them with monkeys and cartoons, and we wasn't doing none of these things. All we was talking about is the information that's already out in the public, and it comes out of these same guys on that platform. So if it was anybody else, who knows, they would have a problem with it just like these guys have. But because these guys, you come and speak on their behalf, or you come and speak on the situation. But if you didn't know them, you wouldn't care about the situation, just like millions of other situations that go on in the world. You know what I'm saying? So in saying that, we speaking about children, little girls being abused, being raped. That was the main focus. And these people that's on that platform, they either had certain charges with these kind of cases, or they know people that have these kind of cases that was convicted and they still stand up for them. But yet you guys have a platform and act like you are a conscious community and you stand for something. You see what I'm saying? Now, if you don't stand for none and you let the world know, well, that's what it is. But then when you hear having these biblical conversations and acting like you leaders of the community and you upright, but the platform shows over and over that you are not, the way you disrespect each other, much less for Shaka. So in saying that, it don't have nothing to do with the U.S., just like Bennett say, rape and abuse and child trafficking is all over the world. You know what I mean? And this is these weak talking points that we need to get over, because if you could say these things, you don't even know us or where we are. We in America, we have family all over America. I ain't gonna say nothing because that's my personal business. But I'm saying, you don't, before they even ask a question, they assume things. And this don't have nothing to do with, like I said, America personally. It's a worldwide thing in all black communities, in everybody community, but we have to worry about our own first. And If the conscious community is going to be on the front line, the people that's speaking is going to have to behave like a leader, like a person with principles and morals, and their background also have to say so. Yeah, so in saying that, if you have these people as leaders and they have people that support them and they know they in these kind of acts, it's going to be looked over and over again. In the same thing that they do with the preacher man when he get caught for playing with a little boy. They just ship him out of town and he go to another church. So this is the same kind of mentality and behavior. These people, you know what I'm saying? And in saying that, one more thing I want to tell him, because people, you know, like I keep saying, bro, people in fantasy world and they don't want to step back into reality. The same thing you talking about information. What more information than people being abused and raped there is? This is reality. This is the real information. We could always talk about biblical stuff, you know what I mean? But in the real world, is your morals and your actions and what you willing to do. You know what I mean? They don't understand that a lot of people die just so they could live comfortable today. So their road is so easy, they don't comprehend reality anymore. You know, yeah. So, but in saying that, there ain't no love lost. You know what I mean? Because, like Bennett said, he's a calm, cool brother. You know, but he has to look at it from both point of view. And now that he know what he know, if he haven't been looking, he need to go ask Sanetta these questions. He need to go tell Sanetta, we don't need to be going back and forth. You need to apologize to that brother, and you know what I mean. So do it on both sides too. That's what I want to see.
You know what? It's like we gave Sonetta the benefit of doubt from day one when he came over here to this platform. See, it was what he did after that day that showed everybody what the heck is going on with this brother. And you know what? It's like all I got to say to Sonetta is, you think you can threaten me? You got the wrong motherfucking dude. You got the wrong family from Washington, D.C. You got the wrong nigga. Straight up. I know niggas and I know other type of motherfuckers. Straight up. I'm just telling you. And family,
Man, let them
family,
bother
if
you
I
out, man.
no, because this dude had the nerve to try to put my face out there, just like he tried to do SETI. See, he want to play games with SETI. He
They
sent
do it
SETI.
to us too.
He sent SETI. Yeah, he playing games, right? He's playing games because he know his little minions going to try to do their work. No worry, brother, because it's a trap for you. Because the first one that comes close enough is going to get their fucking head chopped off. You understand that? And that's going to be on you. That's going to be on you, my brother. Straight up, it's going to be on you. You don't know what you sending these little boys into. What world are you sending them into? You have no fucking clue, because the city is not a fair place. Washington, D.C. has never been a fair place, nigga. You understand that? Mayor Barry was elected the mayor after he got out of jail for smoking crack, you bitch. You understand that? You understand that? Okay, so Sonetta better watch his fucking ass, because I am not afraid of you. I know who the fuck I am, nigga. And I stand on who the fuck I am and my motherfucking family. All right, now you go do whatever the fuck you want with that. And
All right.
the rest of them
Show
clowns
some
over there,
respect to the
they need
panel,
to
man.
stop fucking smoking crack.
He gonna find out. He
Excuse
gonna
my
find out.
language.
You know.
Excuse my language.
No,
I'm
no, I
sorry.
don't mind.
The dude
I
put my
don't mind.
face out there
The
like
dude put
that,
your
playing a
face.
little
Yeah, put your
game,
face.
huh?
And
He
he's
think he could play some game with me and dox me. Oh yeah, okay, brother. You don't know how to have.
Well,
I've been
they
in
gonna
jail in New
say
York.
they
I've been
gonna
in
say
jail in
it's
New York. This
they gonna
fucking
say
clown
it's
don't even know.
public information, man. They gonna say it's. Don't worry yourself over these
no.
characters, man.
Hold
The
on, young Heru,
internet thugs.
young Heru. It's
What?
not just them saying it's public information. The Scam Cheddar put the brother's face, and he said there's an upcoming debate coming. He said, hey, it's gonna
Yeah,
be great. You know what I'm saying?
that's
You know what I'm
slander.
saying?
That's
No, well,
that's
slander or not, like he acts like he wants to intimidate, like, you know, like I have stuff from, you know what I'm saying? So
Oh
we're gonna
yeah,
find out
he
about
got
the
the wrong
upcoming
nigga
debate.
though. He got the wrong nigga.
yeah. I don't pay
He got the
attention
wrong
to these
nigga.
clowns,
You know what
man.
I'm saying? He hasn't
Well,
asked himself when the last time I've been to 125th. You see what I mean? He's so stupid thinking he's the goddamn king of New York, motherfucker. New York is like my second home, you bitch. You know how many motherfuckers I know in New York? Yeah, whatever. You the one that got to carry a gun, you little bitch. I will take that fucking gun from you and beat your fucking ass with it, nigga.
Listen closely, Scam Cheddar. Consider
Oh
this
man.
a friendly warning, because you really don't know what you're messing with at all. You just have no idea. And be your man, fight your own battle. Don't send nobody, as pounds. You know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna get the message one way or another. You really better off. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, beefing with some other
Think
people
about
that.
your retirement,
Yeah,
nigga.
they doing
Think about your retirement, old
they
man.
doing
Think
a
about
lot of
your fucking
slandering
retirement.
because I saw JJ put Shaka, he calling you a stalker now. Shaka.
Oh, I haven't checked
JJ
his
talking
channel in
about,
a long
you know
time, but
what? They the ones coming over here. Then they try and change the narrative, like Cube and all of them, trying to defend Saneda. And when they get run, they trying to change the narrative like somebody bothering them. When they the one coming over here and harass Shaka to defend another man. They look so pathetic, man. And everybody see the evidence. It's all over the internet. So there's no way you could say, "Oh, it's this guy," when the guy character clearly shows he the one that's acting the fool, and all the information we talking about is because he put it out there. So go ask him the question, But they so pathetic, and that's their master, like he said. He have the right to say that, because when you supposed to be a grown man, you have a man talking to you anyway and telling you what to do or who platform to. Like, what can you like? Just go hide, man. Like I tell you, he looked like he kissed enough butt, because the other day, I think it was yesterday or the day before, he had an interview with Dulcinea. So I guess that was his reward, even if nobody don't look at his platform, because the guy is so disrespectful. The guy that cuss everybody out, and he don't give a F and this. I'm like, bro, that's why two people come and look at your platform, bro, because you don't speak from majority. You don't speak with a man with principles. You just cussing all the time, disrespectful, and act like somebody's supposed to have an intelligent conversation with you. So it's all of them is the same. They ride in coattail, they on master slave ship right now. When it go down, they all go down with him.
And on another note, I'm pleased to show you that we have my forever snapback hat, and let's have a look so you can have some visual. Yeah, I love this. You have different colors as well. Looking nice. You have the link.
Yeah, that was
34.
official.
Yeah, that's official, and it's gonna be other gear coming up. But remember that we still have the F Cheddar collection, and this is the link here. If you want to see what it looks like, that's the one. Stand up against abusers who think they can cyberbully people into silence. Stand against YouTube channels that promote pedophilia, rape, xenophobia, anti-blackness, anti-African misogyny, and scamming. F Cheddar TV. Look at this. Sisters can get some stuff. Brothers can get some stuff. We have the hoodies. We have the hats. We have the mugs. Oh, yes. We even have something for the babies, man. You know what I'm saying? So
Y'all doing too much, man.
no, that's real. I placed my order, So I'm gonna get mine soon, you know what I'm saying? And I will rock it, and I'm gonna rock the My Forever gear as well. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have the two mugs,
Yeah, promote the brand. Yeah.
Oh yeah. This is not a joke. You can place your order. I placed mine already. So let's continue. See, Storm wrote, I'm definitely getting a black hoodie, lol. Yeah. I ordered the hoodie, I ordered the hat, I ordered a mug, So feel free to add on. Do you want us to continue with the Sekou video?
It's not necessary. Like I told you, they talk forever.
And
Yeah.
every time Sekou get 2 words in, they cut him off.
But I admit I would have liked to hear Reggie talk about the cash apps though.
Oh yeah, that's all over too. He
Let
stopped
me
them
see.
every time he do it. He say commercial break. I ain't see no cash apps.
Let me try to see if we can hear that. Hold on.
See, some people is rusted.
Or just or Africa.
Here about you there, but you got the Africa. Don't think.
Wait, Pan-Africanism, which has sometimes been a wedding, Africa that was grand historically, not world, your generation to our nation, are saying the progression of, and I'll stop. It is futile for anyone to say that African people are not ready to rule a come. What would Dr. John Henry have been a born and be that point?
Yeah, every time Reggie speaks is a lecture.
European leaders, these other point. I see that in the he wasn't. I'm
and
then what's crying?
He got a new guest, Rob on. He ain't speak yet, right? So listen to Rob on.
And then they say, "Cool, get back."
Yeah, no, my opinion is what is the in with Africa?
Maybe I will not find it.
Yeah,
That's Rob on. Yeah, never mind.
So long.
But I know
think
many
he passed
times.
some
Many
of it,
times.
yeah.
Many times I heard him say, and we wrote. I think it's a different video, but many times I heard him say, oh, I only got 1 cash app. I only got 2 cash app. Or I didn't get any cash app. You know what I'm saying? He's very big on that. But hey, shout out to the real that didn't go that path. That's what's up, Donnie. I would like for you to finish, Shaka. You would like for me to finish what? Oh, yeah.
Yo, I just want to apologize to y'all, man.
Oh, you don't have to.
That's
Brother.
it.
You
Hope
don't
y'all
have
accept
to.
it.
I understand. Like me, I'm used to have my face on there and people doing stuff like that. But when you're not used to it the first time, yeah, you can be kind of worked up. You know what I'm saying? The first
Yeah.
times, the way I am now, cool and laid back, and even people that say bad stuff towards me. I wasn't always like that, man. I used to go off like crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I used to
Me
go off,
too.
but then over time, it happens so often that you're like, okay, well, a normal day at the office, another walk at the park. You know what I'm saying? And Scam Cheddar, you know what I'm saying? The issue he has is with me. First, he puts Chin Chin's phone number out in the public and tell people to investigate him. Then now he's gonna put V Bennett's face and act like, oh yeah, there's a debate coming up. Tune in, make sure you're there for the debate. Like, why don't you deal with me? That dude, I've played it. He said, come to my channel where I can control the button. I did just that the same day, and he didn't put him on the panel. He's scared, man. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I'm begging for his attention. He went on JJ's platform, called me all kind of names, and he said, come to my panel, come to my platform where I can control the buttons. I did just that. And then when I'm there, then he don't want it. You know what I'm saying? But then after that, what does he do? He's going to put V Bennett's face. How much of a sucker can you be? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's like I was saying, like in the beginning, Chuck, I was basically talking about the information and what these guys expose. He wasn't calling nobody names, he wasn't harassing them until they start calling him names and spreading it all over and making everybody have an issue with him till everybody come in and try to defend him and what he said. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, if he had a problem with Shaka, is because of what he said. And guess what? The same thing he said is still on his platform today. So he don't have a problem with nothing that he said. So, you know what I mean? In saying that, we are seeing who the problem is. And if he was a man, he would have approached Shaka a long time ago and say, man, why are you doing that? Why? Because you don't want to talk about it. Just like a lot of people with the same thing with Africa, Bada, and this and that. Everybody want to bite their tongue because he's an icon or whatever the case may be to them. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? That's the thing. Like I said, it's the same thing with religion and these people that give people God titles.
whatever they was into, and they feel that helped them in their existence, they try to make it as truth. But that's not everybody truth, you know what I mean? That's for who was ever in that circle. So in saying that all these children that might have got abused or raped, you trying to turn blind side to it because this guy contribute to your career or whatever the case may be, before you look at the facts and the information, or step back and say, you going to watch it unfold before you know. But when you pick sides and act like just because the guy, and that's what they doing, all of them doing that because the guy have a platform. If he was nobody, a junkie, they wouldn't even look at him twice, you know. So in saying that, it is what it is, but I understand where brother La coming from, and he have to understand it's both sides to the story. So
Mm. Well, now he saw, I think, enough to understand our stance, and probably he will try to, ask Scam Cheddar what's up with that, But there's one thing though, I've played Scam Cheddar saying that Polite robbed from women and children, but one of the most important is actually when he accused Polite of being a child molester by using the term Dr. York and Baby York. Now, how are you cool with the dude then? How you go from publicly insinuating that Polite was a child molester, and then you're cool with the dude? Did you lie on the dude? So that's the kind of lies that you tell on people when you're mad. I mean, maybe it is a pathology with him, because we've seen what happened not only with the Mighty Hebrew, because the Mighty Hebrew said as Scam Cheddar lied, and we've seen what happened with what's the other guy's name? Brother Polite. Onk said that he lied. I mean, I can play. And that's a problem. Those guys are cool. They handle panels together, but when you listen to them, it's just a mess.
Am I correct in that?
I got video. You don't believe me? I got video. Yeah, I do. What if I was to tell you that she wanted me to interview her Polite? Huh?
Are you not looking,
Her mother.
brother?
What if I told you she wanted me to interview her?
I'm listening to it. That's that old
And I
video,
said,
correct?
Nah, I can't.
Yeah,
I'm not going to do it.
I got
can't
the answer to
put
that.
How do you know? Leave me alone. Go about your scamming ass fucking life, nigga.
That's the old joint, am I correct? Yeah. Yeah, son had to tell you he was lying. He said it. Said
What
he
happened?
lied.
He said he
Son
lied.
he said he lied. He was mad at him. They was having a beef over some money, and he lied.
There was having a beef over some money, then he lied. Now he said to Polite, go back to your scamming life. Even for that alone, how come you cool with the dude? But then Unc Akek, Bobby Banger, the God Killer, said that Sanada lied. And then we have Nepal. When she broke up with him, Sanada went on Killer Priest's live stream in the chat, and he wrote that Nepal ran off with the money from the Jabari debate. He publicly accused her of running off with the money. So then, when we have the Mighty Hebrew said that Sanada lied about him being arrested again for trying to F a young child. When we have Ankh saying that he lied, and Nepal did not directly address that, but she made a live stream afterwards saying, I never stole anything in my life except hearts. I'm paraphrasing the title. That's three people who are very close to Scam Cheddar who said that he lied. So either what he said about those people is true, those people were thieves, scammers, and rapists, or he lied on them. But there's some levels in the lies you can tell somebody. You're beefing over somebody with money and you accuse the dude of being a child molester. That's worse than being irresponsible, So they want to act like, oh, but you're bringing up old stuff. Well, to me, it's not just old stuff. It is stuff said for the record. Enki publicly accused Sanada of being a pedophile. The other day, when Sanada was on JJ, he tried to call Enki to get Enki to change his version. Enki didn't change his version. And I salute Enki for not changing his version, because Enki would look like a sucker if he changes his version. He can say, I'm sorry, I apologize, I'm wrong. But hey, we're gonna see what's going on. But this is very, very serious. And we'll really keep on reminding the people that it's not just, hey, I'm hating on the dude because he has a big platform, he has more subscribers. I mean, we know that, they're using bots, but that's besides the point. They're doing their thing. But no, rape, child molestation is very serious. There was a brother in the comments, me and V Bennett went back and forth with the brother. But I think I can show you better than I can tell you. So I'm going to go to the video and show you all the kind of responses that we get. Now, coincidentally, it's on the video about the gear. And I almost forgot there's a video that I have to upload after this live stream. So let me just show you. That's the video about the gear. I'm going to share the link. Hold on. You're going to see the comments. Share this. Well, some responses. I mean, you have to see it to believe it, honestly.
Yeah. What kind of responses? Because
I'm
they
about to
all
show, brother.
saying the guy is a liar, but yet I haven't seen none of them put the pressure on him yet.
Yeah, that's interesting. So here we have Dark Madara, who wrote, "The constant battling with each other keeps us stagnant." And then he wrote Mad Hotep. So V Bennett wrote, "No, it's not the constant battling each other. It's the lack of accountability of black men who call themselves conscious but are really pillaging their own communities." Dark Madara replied, "The constant battling with each other keeps us stagnant. Would be grand to ignore all the negus," he wrote it negus, I mean, negus, "we disagree with." And Bill, that's really a spelling of the ruler of Ethiopia. Some people claim that, the N word comes from that word, but, anyway. "And be stronger with the first we do." Now, V. Bennett replies, "So you will turn the other cheek if your sister got scammed? Do I understand your comment correctly? See, because it almost sounds like you're directing people to ignore scamming and other acts against black people. I just want you to clarify what you think people in that situation should do." And he replied, "My sisters are grown women with husbands and children. If somebody gets scammed, hopefully they learn the lesson being taught, and it never happens again." Now, our reply to his first comment, battling against defenders of rapists, is freeing us, because he said once again that this constant battling with each other keeps us stagnant. And you see the brother who came on earlier, when he started off, he said, "We are all brothers." I'm sorry, but rapists, child molesters are not my brothers. I'm going to state this for the record. Now, then I wrote, "What if your grown woman sister gets raped? God forbid. Would you tell people to not attack the rapist and those who defend him?" And he wrote, "Defending that is crazy, and actually not doing that act is the real issue." And he wrote, "I'm sorry, somehow our communication broke down. You typed scam. Did you mean rape?" I mean, he wrote grape. "I was addressing scamming, and I didn't personalize anything until you asked about my sister. Enjoy your day." Oh, no, there's more replies. So V. Bennett tells him, "You are commenting on a video you watched. The context is there. That is clear. Not sure what you're speaking of, but the context I'm drawing from is the context of the video here. It's pretty clear. I think the context is to stop YouTube channels that support the above mentioned behavior. Surely you are for that, correct?" Then he said, "The constant battling with each other keeps us stagnant. I stand on that statement. I can't control your interpretation of my statement. If constant battling with your own is progressive to you, we agree to disagree. I'm sorry. I don't share your care or concerns for YouTube channels. I'm more concerned," he made a wordplay with "more," "with things in the physical, but continue to fight for what you believe in and fight for what you know." I mean, things in the physical, when some women and children get raped, is more than physical. So then I wrote, "Maybe you didn't know that Sanetta invites convicted rapists and people who support child molesters, but now you know." And I gave him 2 links. See? So that's just for the record. It looks like the brother didn't know. He addressed the scamming. It looks like he didn't know. And as long as we find out and realize that those people don't know, then it's very important to let them know and inform them. It's way more than the issue of scamming. And even the scamming comes out of Senator's own mouth. But this is rape and child molestation, and it comes, guess what, from Senator's own mouth. That's more than serious. It is more than serious. So once again, I was long-winded and I'm sorry. A scam chatter accused Brother Polite of being a child molester by labeling him Baby York, Dr. York. And as a matter of fact, he even said that he was exposing Polite. And you will hear the reason why he stopped is because people said that he was jealous. He did not stand on his square. Do anybody think that if somebody says, well, you're jealous of Sa, and then I'm going to say, well, people say I'm jealous of Sa, so I'm stopping? No. Let's hear it from himself.
When I came out, Brother Shaka, and I tried to expose Polite, and I accused Polite of being Dr. York, I exposed him. Guess what happened, Shaka? I came out first. And damn near everybody on YouTube came down on me, banged on me, said I was just jealous. You can go and check the video. That nigga saw Netta jealous of Polite. He just mad because Polite is in Hollywood. Polite driving the cars. I said, oh, okay. All right, motherfuckers. That's cool. I'm jealous. All right, whatever. And so now he's in a situation again, and they expect me to jump out the window for their bitch ass again, Shaka. Hell no. I'll wait until we see the charges.
Now, even though he said that he'll wait until he sees the charges, there's another video where he said that whether Polite is found guilty or innocent, he would not have Polite on his channel. And he said that if you see Polite on my channel, then you can blast me. And that's exactly what we've been doing.
So I'm saying this to y'all for the last time, and I'm going to leave it where it stands. Whether Polite is guilty or even if he is found innocent, I'm through with him. I'm done with him. Polite will no longer be on my platform.
Some people say word is bone. My word is my bone. What is Senator's word worth? What is the worth of Senator's word?
I will no longer be fucking with Polite. Polite is on his own. I'm on my own, the House of Consciousness. So even if Polite is found guilty or if he is found innocent, Polite will no longer have a place here.
Did I hear right? Polite will no longer have a place here. Polite was there a couple of days ago. Flip-flopping. The Macarena.
And I'm saying it where the people can hear it. So, God damn it, if you see the nigga on my show or around me or doing anything, y'all could blast me.
There it is. He said, y'all can blast me. That's what we've been doing. Brothers, I propose that you make your closing remarks. It's been a good 4 hours. And, hey, we're going to keep on doing our things. So we can go clockwise, so we can start with Young Haru. Feel free to make your closing remarks, brother.
Yeah, Chaka, you know what it is. It is what it is. That's what I always say. And like I said to the brother, all information is information, not just biblical narrative. And if you want to make a change in the physical, in today's world, you have to deal with the issues, because regardless of what we talk about, people out there hurting and suffering, and we should all have compassion and love for all humanity that's righteous, because not doing that means we just selfish until it happens to us and then we see a problem with it. So we need to take on the issue beforehand and have compassion for people that have been through them kind of situations already, because it's real. And us talking about it shouldn't make us enemies with nobody. It should make us how we call it, partners, because we all fighting for a noble cause and we all trying to live righteous. That's what the whole biblical narrative is. So if we read it and have all these knowledge and our morals and principles don't stand right, I mean, why are we reading these narratives for? So in saying that, good conversation as usual. Like, I ask you some questions so you could bring some information out about this whole Yakub, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get you on a higher vibration, Shaka, but they keep bringing you back down. Just like he came in and talked about Saneda, we weren't talking about him,
It's
but
okay.
it's
I
all
welcome
good.
many questions.
I'm saying we are willing to answer questions, but just to show them that we having conversations and topics about everything on this panel, and that's another thing I'm going to try to keep doing, challenging you to different things I have interest in, because I know you might have point of views or knowledge about it, so people could learn and show some Shaka some love, you know what I mean? Because this is what y'all wanted and this is what we trying to give you, but we still gonna bring you all the information, even the one that happens today, which is even more significant to our well-being. Yeah, with enough said.
Thank you, brother Young Hero. And for the record, we still haven't had our evidence for the Exodus, but it's always like that, man. Just
Yeah.
learn to ask people to back up what they say, or at least give you, the name of an article, the book, the page. But I mean, that's why many times I take a long time to find a video, or go to my notes and tell you the book title, tell you the page, or reading the quote from the scholars. Because man, you listen to some people, man, they will tell you just about anything, but when it's time to show and prove, it's another story. Now, Stone wrote that Scam Cheddar is an excellent example of a pathological liar. He can't keep up with his lies. Yeah, if you lie too much, it's difficult to keep up with them. You know what I'm saying? Be that feel free to make a closing remarks, brother.
Yeah. Well, man, you do your best, the best you can, Shaka. You're doing an excellent job. You're a person with high ethics and morals, and you're very persistent and methodical about your process. And that's why I'm over here, brother. That's why I'm over here. That's exactly what we need. Um, with brothers like you, it helps dissolve a lot of the silliness. It doesn't leave room for the silliness. It makes the silliness look ridiculous, even more ridiculous, and that's what they don't like about you, because you don't give space for that. But having said that, some of these jokers are going to be very hard-headed, and they are going to go to their grave that way, you know. So the other thing I want to say is it's 2023. uh Black Americans get around. We get around the world. We get around the world. And before we get around the world, we get around our country, and we start off on the very coast where we live. DC is only 3.5 hour drive away. I've been up and down that road 95 plenty of times myself, with a license driving and without a license driving. You see what I'm saying? Lived in New York plenty of years. Been in jail in New York. You know what I'm saying? For something Sinetta would probably never even imagine. You know what I'm saying? He would never even imagine. You see, I got a lot of brothers in New York. When you put my face out there, you let it be known. You let it be known what you want it to be. So any of them little sucker ass kids and jokers you got listening to you, you bear the responsibility for their life. You bear the responsibility. Stop being a joker. Stop hiding behind other people and just face your own wrongdoing like a man, like a lot of us have. Ain't none of us perfect. We all coming out of really rough situations, but there's a difference that you make in life when you have some integrity. when you have the opportunity to set your life straight, you try to do that. But that don't got nothing to do with being no bitch. You see what I mean? I'm not nobody's bitch, and I'm not your bitch. You put my face out there, that means I got to let people know in my family. I got to let people know in my circle, all of them in the US. And these are people you cannot fuck with, no matter who your little punk ass thinks you are. These people got high places and they got low places and everything in between. And when people start figuring out that you don't give a shit about nobody, you don't give a shit about the person to your left or to your right, it's going to be you all alone standing there. My eye.
Thank you, brother. You've been there for these closing remarks, you know what I'm saying? And some people should just not put themselves out there for a situation that they don't have any interest in. You know, Scam Cheddar, regardless of him being the foul and the punk and the sucker, he's paid. That's his livelihood. You know, he doesn't do the 9 to 5 like many of us. So he has a very important economical interest. You know, it's yeah, that's his lifestyle basically. But other people, you know, I understand some of you want the clout, want the exposure, but you know, there's other ways because the situation is real messy right now. You know, despite the trial that is set for May 1st, which is less than a month, you know, May, who knows? Maybe there will be a plea deal before, but all this is looking bad with all the things that we have shown for a long time. But you know, just think twice. You know, just think twice. Maybe try to find out what's going on. Come here and ask us questions. But some people will take advantage of you. You know, some young people sometimes want to prove themselves. You know what I'm saying? Want to act like they are down, want to be part of something. But trust me, you don't want to be part of some people who defend, respect, and protect rapists and child molesters. You know what I'm saying? In the street, it's not respected. In jail, it's not respected. In the entertainment world, it's not respected. In the music industry, it's not respected. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, just think about that. Think about what you may be getting yourself into. It is really not worthy at all. You know what I'm saying? So that being said, stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to, by the nature, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue. I say it fast. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Do I to do any cheru?
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving middle nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Neture classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge. No question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Netia class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.